But I never thought for a minute that we had the power to almost heal a community of a tragedy of this proportion. I don't want to say we healed, but apparently we were a big part of the process.
The healing process has taken time and probably will never be complete. But with the success of Hokie football, at least the process has begun.
Well, I mean, it's never going to be in the past because the largest tragedy ever happened. And it's always something that's going to be a part of every Virginia Tech student, every Hokie fan heart.
I saw a football program that really shouldered the entire university in Hokie Nation and dedicated a football season to the memory of all those who lost their lives.
Stop the rain.
And this right here is the Virginia Tech lunch pail. It symbolizes the blue-collar approach on defense for the Hokies. It is given to a player who most embodies work ethic and pride. Now, this year, the names of all 32 shooting victims were placed inside the pail. Is currently in possession of number 90, Orion Martin. Martin said to have those names in there, it makes it even more of an honor to have the lunch pail. And as you can see throughout this entire stadium tonight, Hokie pride is as strong as ever. It'll be an emotional night for fans here in Florida, back in Blacksburg, and all around Hokie Nation. We are back with some final thoughts right after this.
This is 5-1 Delta Charlie. Approaching the target. 5-1 Delta Charlie. Hold your position.
With best-in-class payload, Ford F-150 was built to handle anything you can throw at it. But hitting the bed of a pickup with 30,000 pounds of force doesn't prove anything. Driving away does. Ford F-150. Now that's tough.
Okay, what's a three-letter word for...
Honey, would you run out and get me something crunchy?
Crunchy?
And chewy?
Crunchy and chewy?
And cheesy?
Crunchy, chewy, cheesy. Crunchy, chewy.
And melty.
Give in to your cravings. It's Taco Bell's Cheesy Gordita Crunch, and it's only around for a limited time. Get yours before they're gone.
Oh, honey, I told the neighbors we'd feed their pets while they're away.
Oh, okay, sweetie. Oh, no. Ooh.
Want to get away? Now you can. With Southwest Airlines Internet specials, you can fly to over 60 destinations nationwide for just $49 to $99. Purchased by January 21st.
You are now free to move about the country.
You want big? The biggest events this January are on Fox. College's biggest game, the All-State National Championship. Right there. Sunday, January 13th. TV's most anticipated new series premieres. Terminator, The Sarah Connor Chronicles. On Tuesday the 15th, nothing is bigger than the American Idol premiere. And Wednesday the 23rd, the most controversial show ever, The Moment of Truth. This January, the biggest events, the boldest network, Fox.
Fox Sunday kicks off a thrilling new year when Jon Stewart and Dan Rather uncover a surprising presidential candidate on an all-new Simpsons.
It's primary fever. Catch it.
What you said about yellow fever, and that was no fun.
Then, after a new King of the Hill, Family Guy's patriotism is put to the test.
Complete this sentence. The land of the free and the home of the blank. The Whopper?
Followed by an all-new American Dad. The wildest shows of the new year start at 7/6 Central, Sunday on Fox.
The Built for Tough BCS pregame show on Fox is sponsored by Southwest Airlines. With Southwest Airlines' convenient nonstop flights, it's like having your own company plane.
Welcome back to the Built Ford Tough BCS on Fox pregame show. It is time right now for the singing of our national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for our national anthem. The United States Southern Command presents tonight's colors. Here to perform our national anthem is recording artist and actress Katharine McPhee.
Can you see
We are almost ready for... Don't mind the planes. Don't worry, our hearing will come back.
I love that.
It scared me. Before we get out of here, guys, keys to the game. How does Virginia Tech win tonight, Jimmy Johnson?
Well, the first key is Virginia Tech's aggressive defense. They force opposing offenses into a lot of negative plays. And the second thing, Beamer ball. They have a lot of points scored, non-offensive touchdowns, interceptions, special teams. Best in the country on special teams.
Very quickly, how's your alma mater pull off the upset?
They got to protect Reesing and the football, and they can't make any dumb mistakes. And that means dumb penalties. Play fast and don't make the game larger than it is.
But it is an awfully big game. Biggest one for Kansas in almost 40 years. John Reagan, Jimmy Johnson, we will see you at halftime. And coming up next, Kenny Albert, Daryl Moose Johnson, Barry Alvarez, and Jeannie Zelasco bring you the FedEx Orange Bowl.
Go online to get official BCS merchandise and own a part of college football history. Go to bcsfootball.org and order today.
8 years ago, New Hampshire stunned the political world. You turned convention on its head because you didn't care what the experts or the media said. My friends, it's a different time, but it's the same place. You haven't changed, and neither have I. But the issues are tougher, and the time's more dangerous. I've learned a lot in 8 years, and I feel better prepared than ever to lead this country. Once again, I need your help. I'm John McCain, and I approve this message.
Whoa! Let's church say amen. Or a woman.
On January 11th,
This is like Club Jesus.
two best friends are about to go
We've raised $230,000.
where no crime has gone before.
He keep looking at me. Oh, why Jesus?
Ice Cube, Cat Williams, and Tracy Morgan.
I need to know where this money is.
She needs to lose a few pounds. I'm just saying, that would help if people got to catch her.
First Sunday, rated PG-13, in theaters everywhere January 11th.
I'm Barack Obama, and I approve this message. America is listening, not just Democrats, but Republicans and independents who've lost trust in their government, but want to believe again. I am in this race to tell the corporate lobbyists that their days of setting the agenda in Washington are over. We have a chance to bring the country together. A nation healed, a world repaired, an America that believes again.
Maria Stefanos.
Now to some breaking news.
Mark Ockerbloom.
Police try to make an arrest.
New England's #1 anchor team. Fox 25 News at 10 and Fox 25 News at 11.
They will rise from every walk of life, from every corner of the country, with the same dream. But in the end, only one will become the next American Idol. Dream big. Tuesday, January 15th on Fox.
The BCS Bowl Bash on Fox continues tonight in South Florida. Fox Sports welcomes you to Dolphin Stadium in Miami for the 74th FedEx Orange Bowl, featuring 11-1 Kansas going up against 11-2 Virginia Tech. And a good evening, everybody. We welcome you to the FedEx Orange Bowl on Fox. I'm Kenny Albert on a cool night in Miami. Virginia Tech getting ready to take part in their 15th consecutive bowl game, while for Kansas, it's their first appearance in a BCS Bowl. I'm pleased to be joined tonight by three-time Super Bowl champion Daryl Johnston of the Dallas Cowboys and the longtime head coach at the University of Wisconsin with 8 bowl wins to his credit, Barry Alvarez. And Barry, let's start with Kansas. They have enjoyed a tremendous season under National Coach of the Year Mark Mangino. Jayhawks setting a school record with 11 victories.
Mark Mangino was Coach of the Year, and rightfully so. He and his staff did a marvelous job in maximizing the talent on that football team. That, especially their offense, which led the nation with over 44 points per game. That offense is run by Todd Reesing, a feisty quarterback who epitomizes what this football team is all about.
But this spread offense has got a tremendous amount of balance to it. 200 yards rushing and passing per game. If the Jayhawks are going to win this game tonight, Lawrence's zone, Brandon McAnderson, is going to have to be a factor in that running game.
Brandon McAnderson looking forward to leading his hometown Jayhawks to the FedEx Orange Bowl. Let's take a look back now at how the Jayhawks wound up in Miami.
For decades, the name Jayhawks has been synonymous with winning on the hardwood. But now, redefining is required. En route to the school's first 11-win season, UK's quick strike attack rewrote the record books. Sixth-year head coach Mark Mangino's team ascended to a #2 ranking before suffering their only loss at the hands of Missouri in the season finale. From 6-6 to 11-1, the Jayhawks are one of, if not the biggest turnaround teams in all of college football. If you think it's all about basketball, you're not in Kansas anymore.
Darrell, as Coach Alvarez talked about, 44 points per game. Amazing.
It really is, and what they do is they put a lot of pressure on that defense, and the big question is, are they going to be able to match the speed and the athleticism of this Virginia Tech defense? I think they're very underrated out of the outside. They're a big, physical football team. My question is, how is Virginia Tech going to match that toughness of Kansas? I think that those are some big questions we have to get answered in this game.
Here come the Kansas Jayhawks. So the Jayhawks have taken the field in Miami for their first ever meeting with the Virginia Tech Hokies under longtime head coach Frank Beamer. Like Kansas, Darrell, Virginia Tech with a chance just got a new school record for victories in one season.
Well, 15 consecutive bowl appearances obviously gives you a lot of experience, but in my opinion, it presents a challenge. Kansas has a lot to prove tonight. Frank Beamer's challenge, he has to motivate his team to understand that this game is just as important to the Hokies as it is to the Jayhawks, and I'm interested to see how this platooning quarterback system works. I'm old school. I want one guy. Hitch your wagon to him and ride him as long as you can. Virginia Tech has had a lot of success with their platoon system.
Darrell, we talked about both offenses, but both of these teams have great defenses. And when you talk Virginia Tech, you got to talk about great special teams.
Special teams a staple in Blacksburg in 21 years under the head coach Frank Beamer. And here come the Virginia Tech Hokies. Virginia Tech season.
With heavy hearts, the Virginia Tech Hokies opened the 2007 season victorious. Then after slipping to 1-1 with a loss to then #2 ranked LSU, they reeled off 5 straight victories. A midseason showdown with ACC rival Boston College ended in a last-minute loss. But with a quarterback tandem at the ready and a top-ranked defense with their lunch pail mentality, the Hokies ran the table and earned a shot at redemption. In the conference championship game, once again facing the Eagles, Coach Frank Beamer asked his team to take the field. But this time, they did more than that. They took home an ACC title.
The opening kickoff just moments away right now. Let's send it downstairs to the 4th member of our broadcast crew, Jeannie Zalesko. Jeannie?
Kenny, thank you, Coach. Frank Beamer called his linebacker, Vince Hall, a tremendous impact player, especially when he came back at full strength at the championship game. So you can imagine the Hokie Nation holding its collective breath when Hall hurt his knee during beach activities earlier this week. Now, we were told that the swelling has gone down and it would be completely his decision as to whether or not he would start he has decided he is okay and he's going to go. Running back Brandon Orr was also his choice, and he made the wrong one. He showed up late for the team's final workouts in Blacksburg, Virginia, before they came down to Miami. He has been suspended for the first quarter, but don't expect him to take a seat. He said he's going to be racking up yards on the sidelines, just trying to stay mentally in the game. But who will be in the game? Kenny Lewis Jr. getting the start, ready to make his mark. Spent some time with the Cincinnati Reds. He wants to be known as a great college football player, and he hopes to make that mark starting tonight.
All right, thanks very much, Jeannie. The Kansas Jayhawks and the Virginia Tech Hokies getting ready for the opening kickoff. The coin toss coming up momentarily. On the field for the coin toss, the honorary captains, former Jayhawk great Gale Sayers and ex-Hokie great Bruce Smith.
Under the beer, please introduce yourself. Mr. Wood, would you please step up with us, please? Captains, gold side, heads. Blue side, tails. Kansas, your choice. Tails, blue side. Mr. Wood, please do the honors. Come up, blue. Kansas, you won the toss. Kansas won the toss to first in the second half.
So the Jayhawks defer. The Virginia Tech Hokies will receive the opening kickoff when we return. It's the FedEx Orange Bowl. It's coming up on Fox.
Okay, let's get started. Tom, how are we doing?
Well, at FedEx Kinko's, ground shipping rates are less than at the UPS store, which has substantially reduced.
With the savings, we were able to buy these massage chairs.
Everybody likes a good massage. Sorry, I'm late. Right there.
Relax, it's FedEx.
For the 19th year, FedEx is proud to be the title sponsor of the FedEx Orange Bowl. Speaking for our more than 280,000 worldwide team members like Marty Henderson here, we couldn't be more thrilled to be a part of this great football tradition. College football is all about being effective on the ground and through the air, and FedEx can relate. Millions of times a day, FedEx employees like Marty are also delivering excellence both on the ground and through the air. We congratulate Virginia Tech and Kansas on reaching the FedEx Orange Bowl.
Enjoy the game.
It has cooled off here in South Florida the last 2 days. 59 degrees, chance of showers as the bands entertain the crowd here in Dolphin Stadium. Scott Webb will get things started for the Jayhawks. Eddie Royal back deep for the Hokies, along with Josh Morgan. These schools have never met on the gridiron. The 74th FedEx Orange Bowl is underway.
Taken out of the end zone by Eddie Royal. Royal across the 30. Across midfield, and is finally forced out of bounds by the kicker, Webb. What a start for the Hokies. A 59-yard return by Royal, his longest of the season.
Well, you talked about it, Coach. Special teams for the Virginia Tech Hokies. Most of the time you talk about block punts, block kicks, but this time it's a return. Great field position for this Hokie offense to start their first drive.
What a way to get your offense on the field in great shape. But let's keep an eye on that hidden yardage on special teams.
So the Hokies will start from the Kansas 41-yard line. The pitch to Kenny Lewis Jr. Jeannie mentioned Brandon Orr suspended for the first quarter, so Kenny Lewis Jr. makes the start. Gain of 4 on first down. Look at the Hokies offensive line hit by injuries earlier this season. And the backs and receivers, Josh Morgan, the leading receiver for the Hokies with 43 receptions. 2 tight ends, 2nd and 6. Sean Glennon to the air for the first time, and the pass intended for Josh Hyman incomplete. 3rd down and 6 coming up.
They went right after Aqib Talib, the best receiver, best corner on Kansas's field. Went a double move, and he did an excellent job of covering.
You had to look at James McClinton, the Big 12 Defensive Lineman of the Year, a solid core of linebackers, and Coach Alvarez just spoke of the All-American Aqib Talib. We will see Talib in all 3 phases tonight: offense, defense, special teams. 3rd down and 6. And Glennon's pass is caught for a first down by Justin Harper. So the Hokies able to move the chains. Gain of 11. A look at Sean Glennon. In our open, Darryl talked about the quarterback shuffle, and here comes Tyrod Taylor.
Yeah, there's really no rhyme or reason to when they put the guys in. It's basically spot on the field, down in distance. It's not defined parameters. You're not going to get 1 series here, 1 series there, even a quarter. They're going to rotate in during the course of the game. Could be back-to-back snaps.
So Taylor on first down, can't find anyone. Down he goes. And he loses his helmet as well. Russell Thorson takes down Taylor for a loss of 11.
That's kind of surprising, because one of the things that Tyrod Taylor does is he gives you the ability to extend the play with his mobility. Russell Thorson does a great job fighting through the block of the tight end. Greg Boone stays upfield with his leverage and is able to wrap him up and take him down. Critical mistake by Tyrod Taylor to give up that kind of yardage.
Taylor, a freshman out of Hampton, Virginia. The plan was to redshirt Taylor this season, but Glennon suffered an injury back in September. Taylor taken down once again. This time it's Joe Mortensen.
You get Tyrod Taylor in the game, you have to account for his mobility. They bring pressure to defend that. Here comes a double linebacker blitz, both to the left side of the offense. You have Joe Mortensen coming in unblocked.
Bill Young, the defensive coordinator, said that they were going to keep pressure on it. It looked like, if you remember, Virginia Tech was going to strip the first 30 plays, and I think what they tried to do was throw a wrench in there and throw different tendencies according to the quarterbacks.
Glennon back in. Taylor on the field for 2 plays. The Hokies lost 19 yards. 3rd down and 29. Glennon with time, complete to Lewis Jr., but he's tackled at the 38 by Joe Mortensen and James Holt.
Strong showing by that Kansas defense in the first time on the field after they gave up good field position.
It couldn't have gone any worse for Kansas to start the game. A big kickoff return. Sean Glennon has some success throwing the football. They've got a 1st and 10 at the Kansas 27-yard line. That defense stands up, makes a couple of big plays to force them to punt.
Aqib Talib back deep for Kansas. He has returned only 1 punt all season. Brent Bowden's punt sails into the end zone
So the Jayhawks will start from their own 20. This not exactly what Frank Beamer had in mind during the opening series for the Hokies.
Man, orders are coming in from all over the country.
I know. And thanks to FedEx Freight, we've been able to keep up.
You know, we should use FedEx Express to ship internationally.
Well, they fly more cargo around the world than anyone else.
Yeah, you should always use FedEx. Isn't that like a rule?
Yeah, well, there's always an exception that proves the rule, though. Like, my dad and my granddad were bald, but I still have a full head of hair.
FedEx, serving over 220 countries and territories.
Whoa, needed it.
All right, Danny. You're up. Truth or dare?
Free the daredevil.
Free the fun.
Tostitos.
Play artist Smashing Pumpkins. That's a sync system. Voice activates MP3s, cell phone. Do that again. Play artist Tiffany. Play artist Michael Bolton. Play artist Korn.
MPGs need MP3s. The new 35 miles per gallon 2008 Ford Focus.
Nick, that was a 10th straight killer presentation, an amazing string of new business wins. How do you explain this sudden increase in productivity?
I've just been working really hard.
People are saying that this surge in productivity just isn't natural.
Hey, you know, guys, a great year, breaks a few sales records. You guys just assume the worst.
You have been uncannily productive, Nick.
Nick, some are speculating that you're using productivity enhancers.
That's it, I'm done.
This is the case.
You'll be tested for HIV.
That pushes everyone over the edge.
This is good.
House on a special night, Friday at 9, 8 Central on Fox.
I am not the enemy. I was sent here to protect him. Judgment Day is coming.
First chance tonight for the Kansas offense, which leads the nation in scoring, averaging over 44 points per game. They've gained over 500 yards in a game 7 times this season. Todd Reesing out of the shotgun. 1st and 10 from the 20-yard line. Reesing on 1st down. And the catch is made by Desmond Briscoe. Forced out of bounds by Brandon Flowers after a gain of 6. Reesing, a sophomore out of Austin, Texas, set 20 school records this season. Threw for over 3,000 yards and 32 touchdown passes. 2nd down and 4. Three receivers set. Reesing can't find anyone, and then throws it out of bounds. So a 3rd down and 4 coming up for Reesing and the Jayhawks. The men protecting Reesing. The offensive line anchored by the junior left tackle Anthony Collins. Kansas has allowed only 22 sacks all season. Dexton Fields, the leading receiver. Brandon McAnderson with 16 rushing touchdowns. 5 receivers set. Empty backfield, 3rd down and 4. Jayhawks have to get to the 30. And Reesing's pass is incomplete. He was looking for the tight end, Derek Fine. Oh, he made the catch. Fine able to come up with it. And he picks up the 1st down. He lost his helmet.
It was the helmet that you saw that came out, Kenny. Derek Fine, he's a tight end. He's a big guy, big target. Look at the ball placement by Todd Reesing. These balls are going to be thrown high. He's a short guy in the pocket. The balls to the wide receivers are all going to be in that position. He gives his guys an opportunity to make those catches. They're going to come out a little bit high because he's got to get him over the height of that defensive line.
His helmet came off, but he held on to the football. Complete to Brandon McAnderson. And the Lawrence native picks up a first down out to the 49-yard line. 18 yards for McAnderson, who grew up attending Jayhawk games. As a Little Leaguer, his team received free tickets.
Said it was easy to get a ticket back in those days, but probably not so much anymore. But Brandon McAnderson, a converted fullback, he knew that this team was going to be good. He just wanted to find a way to get on the field. They give him an opportunity to be the single back, and he has had a 1,000-yard rushing season.
Bunch formation to the left and the right. And the pass is caught, taken into Hokie territory by Dexton Fields. As we meet the Virginia Tech defensive unit. 43 sacks for the Hokies. Chris Ellis with 8.5. Vince Hall did start despite the injury suffered on the beach here in Miami. And a terrific secondary, Flowers and Harris each with 5 interceptions this season. Second down and 8 from the Hokie 49. And the pass is caught at the 40-yard line by last year's starting quarterback, Kerry Meyer.
Kerry Meyer really is an example of what this team's all about. Was beaten out after being a starter a year ago and accepted that role, but wanted to be on the field. Had the right attitude, moved to wide receiver because he wanted to contribute to the team.
Meyer picked up a first down. Jayhawks on the move from the Virginia Tech 40. Fine shifts into the backfield. Inside handoff, and Jake Sharp is forced back by a guy, Darrell, I know you've been keeping your eye on, Cam Chancellor.
This guy is special. He plays the boundary safety, the rover position in this Hokie defense. He is as athletic as anybody I have seen in the college game. He can do just about anything. He can be up on the line of scrimmage playing man-to-man. He can play a half-field safety. He can get down in the box and blitz from the outside, from the inside. I have yet to see something that Cam Chancellor can't do playing defense.
He looks like a big linebacker out there.
On second and 8, the option to Jake Sharp. Chancellor was not fooled.
It's fun to watch the chess game going on between the two coordinators. Ed Werner of Kansas, they're trying to start a fast-paced offense. They want to see, if you notice, they're taking a look and see what Bud Foster's going to line up in before they make the call. Foster's trying to disguise the defense.
And then Reesing looks over to the sidelines for the play call. Third down and 6. Reesing steps up. He takes off. Must get to the 30. And he's tackled a yard and a half shy by the combination of Brandon Flowers and Xavier Adibi.
Well, there's your speed. You're only going to bring 4 rushers. You're dropping everybody back into coverage. Watch your 4 down linemen come. There goes everybody into coverage. Looks like Todd Reesing might have a shot, but watch the closing speed of that Hokie defense. Brandon Flowers, a very physical corner in the secondary.
That defense closes, and they collision when they get there.
Kansas going for it on 4th and 1. Movement prior to the snap. Bill Lamagna, our referee tonight, a Big Ten officiating crew.
Prior to the snap, contact by the defense, no yard, 5-yard penalty, result, first down.
They hurt a hurry up to the line of scrimmage, a change of cadence to draw the defense offside.
Yeah, you got to be smart. You got to understand that it's 4th and short. They hustle up to the line. The first thing you have to think about is hard count. Are they even going to snap this ball? Big mistake by that Hokie defense. A little bit sloppy for this Hokies at the start of the game. Everything except that kickoff return to start the game.
So a first down from the Hokie 26. Sharp and McAnderson split backs. Reesing with time. He's taken down. There's a penalty marker.
Orion Martin brought down Reesing. The officials get together. It's against the Jayhawks.
Holding. 78 offense. Penalties decline. And out.
That's the left tackle, Collins. Kansas, the least penalized school in the entire nation.
They don't beat themselves. They don't commit penalties. They don't turn the ball over. Those are the things that a young team trying to get to that next level has to do. That's exactly what Mark Mangino has with this Kansas team. But they take care of their business by not beating themselves. Gives them an opportunity to win games.
11th play of this drive for the Jayhawks. Second down and 20. Shovel pass to Sharp. Breaks a tackle. And is finally brought down at the 28-yard line by Vince Hall. Some improvisation from Todd Reesing.
You have to defend so many things when you play this offense. We've seen some traps, a little bit of option. You've got spread formations with the ball quickly outside, a little bit of power running game.
And you just don't know the tempo. If you're lining up on defense, they could take a fast tempo. You have to hurry to the line of scrimmage. You can see they're back lined up, ready to go. But there's still quite a bit of time left on the 25-second clock.
Third down and 11. Jayhawks must get to the 16. Reesing to the end zone. Out of bounds. Pass intended for Dexton Fields.
Just a little bit too long on that. Dexton Fields coming out of that middle position at wide receiver, going to the corner. He's got him beat. He's over the top. He's got to get that route back farther towards that back pylon. He ran himself into the sideline, didn't give Todd Reesing an opportunity to work against the boundary.
So Scott Webb, the senior from Tulsa, out to attempt a 44-yard field goal. It is no good. Wide to the left. Following a long drive by the Jayhawks, we remain scoreless in Miami.
Going to the game this weekend?
Yeah, I'm on the team.
Good one.
Not the towel, boy.
Son. You make this, and everybody's going to know your name, Stevens.
It's Smith, sir.
Exactly.
No one cares who the kicker is. Until you need him. Kind of like car insurance. Are you in good hands?
Like zoinks, it's the cable guy.
Chinkies. Well, now that DirecTV has way more HD channels than cable, it's no wonder the cable guy tried to stop everyone from switching to DirecTV.
And I could have got away with it if it wasn't for you meddling kids and your dog.
Scooby-Doo!
Hook up your new flat screen to over 85 of the best HD channels. Call 1-800-DirecTV.
The Ford F-150 is equipped with vented disc brakes, standard on all four wheels. They're vented so they stay cooler, perform better, and maximize stopping power. So even though you'll probably never have to haul a 30,000-pound aircraft, at least you know you can stop one.
The FedEx Orange Bowl on Fox is sponsored by the Ford F-150. Built Ford tough.
Welcome back to the FedEx Orange Bowl. Kansas Jayhawks drove 53 yards
13 plays, but came away with nothing. Now Virginia Tech back on offense. They will start from their own 27-yard line with Sean Glennon under center. 3 receivers set on first down. The give to Kenny Lewis Jr. Guys, let's take a look at tonight's keys to the game, brought to you by Ford.
Well, there's still a lot to play for Virginia Tech. They've never had a 12-win season. There's a chance they could finish #2 nationally in the polls, and they've got to win on the perimeter on defense. These Kansas receivers are great blockers.
For Kansas, Reesing has to continue with his consistency. Take care of the football as he has all year. Don't try to win the game by yourself. And Virginia Tech is so good on special teams. If Kansas can break even, they should be satisfied on special teams.
They're a little bit behind right now.
Second down and 1. Lewis, who gained 9 on the previous play, picks up a first down out to the 38-yard line. So Kenny Lewis Jr. looking to take advantage of his opportunity.
Well, it's a nice story. I mean, he's been waiting since 2003 for this opportunity. And it's funny, you know, his father played at Virginia Tech, actually has a single-game rushing record, but always kind of steered his son away from football. He got into baseball, got into the Reds organization, came back, told his dad, you know what, I want to play. His dad decided at that point that the passion was there. He's come to Virginia Tech. He's waited a long time for this shot tonight as a starter.
And now Tyrod Taylor checks back in on 1st and 10 from the 39. Taylor's pass is caught at midfield by Eddie Royal for another Hokies first down, a gain of 11.
Nice job by Tyrod Taylor. And you could see the Virginia Tech offensive thinking here. They're going against tendencies. That's the 3rd pass he's attempted so far. They're going away from the tendencies so that the KU defense cannot zero in on the quarterback.
Taylor remains in the game. 1st and 10 from midfield. Taken into Jayhawks territory by Jareed Cheeseman, the sophomore out of Voorhees, New Jersey. His first carry. Cheeseman picks up 1.
I think that's one of the risks that you run when you go to this quarterback platoon style of an offense. You're going to have certain plays that work well for Sean Glennon. You're going to have certain plays that work well for Tyrod Taylor. But the important thing is getting the plays that they both do well, so that defense can't get into kind of a game planning of, okay, who's in at quarterback? Okay, this is what we have to watch out for. You've got to have those crossover plays that they both run well.
On 2nd and 9, Taylor's pass intercepted by Aqib Talib. And Talib is inside the 20, the 10, touchdown Kansas.
A young quarterback is going to have a tendency to stare down his receiver, and I think Tyrod Taylor did that. Aqib Talib got a great jump on that out route.
Unsportsmanlike conduct. Charge to number 3 with a high step into the end zone. That penalty will be assessed on the kickoff.
You know, when a defensive guy scores a touchdown, they get a little excited. Sometimes you like to see a little enthusiasm on the field, but that's the rule.
But Talib is used to scoring touchdowns. This is 6th this season. 4 of the 6 came on the offensive side. It's his 2nd interception return for a touchdown, 60 yards. Following the Webb extra point, Mark Mangino's Jayhawks have taken a 7-0 lead. Tyrod Taylor picked off. Aqib Talib takes it all the way.
This is 5-1 Delta Charlie. Approaching the target. 5-1 Delta Charlie. Hold your position.
With best-in-class payload, Ford F-150 was built to handle anything you can throw at it. But hitting the bed of a pickup with 30,000 pounds of force doesn't prove anything. Driving away does. Ford F-150. Now that's tough.
Joe, I'm right here.
Basketball. We need the mirrors.
I'm back. Still ain't got no game.
It's amazing.
DLP HD TV. Millions of tiny mirrors take motion blur out of sports action.
Go to Best Buy today for amazing financing deals on DLP HD TVs.
For $500,000, can Ray answer the following question?
Would you cheat on your wife if you knew you wouldn't get caught?
You want the money? Then you've got to face the moment of truth. Premieres Wednesday, January 23rd on Fox.
Kansas out to a 7-0 lead thanks to their defense.
Wait. Tyrod Taylor catches his ball on the shotgun snap, and he is staring right at Justin Harper, number 81. Watch the jump by Aqib Talib. He sat on that and jumped. Woo.
And the unsportsmanlike conduct penalty, a point of emphasis this season. So Kansas will kick off from the 15-yard line.
You got to be smart. It's a great play by Aqib Talib, but he has to understand the way the game is called. We've already seen one great return by this Hokie kickoff return team. Now they're kicking off from the 15. This is going to give them another shot for great field position.
Webb's kickoff taken at the 17 by Royal. Royal tripped up, brings it back to the 45, 28 yards. On the return, Justin Springer made the tackle on special teams. These great pictures provided by the DLP Amazing Picture Cam. DLP, the official HD TV of the BCS on Fox. DLP, it's amazing. It's the mirrors. Good starting field position for the Hokies, who trail 7-0. Sean Glennon back in at quarterback. Morgan in motion. Glennon complete. And Josh Hyman able to gain 4 yards out to the 49-yard line. Talib and Mortensen made the tackle.
We were impressed when we studied this Kansas defense, just how disciplined they are. They may not be the greatest athletes, but they all hustle to the ball and always are in their proper angle. You saw right there, the ball's thrown outside, all the different receivers. You want to see how many defenders are around the football when it's tackled. You saw 4 of them there.
With all of the focus, Coach, on the Kansas offense, does the defense have something to prove tonight?
I think they do. That was mentioned at the luncheon.
Glennon going deep. Talib on the coverage. Josh Morgan, the intended receiver.
Oh, Sean Glennon couldn't throw a better ball to Josh Morgan. You have to make that catch. And we saw how aggressive Aqib Talib was on the last one. He's sitting on it again. Great play call. Double move. You've already got a corner that sat on one and jumped it. You come out, you draw up a double move. Josh Morgan with an opportunity to make a big play, lets it slip through his fingers.
I thought Talib maybe got a hand on it, but he didn't. That ball came down clean. He just didn't concentrate on the football coming through.
3rd down and 6. Hokies have to get to the Jayhawks 45. Glennon over the top, complete, first down and more. Justin Harper was out of bounds, ruled out of bounds at the 27. A 24-yard pass play, a Virginia Tech first down.
This is a great group of wide receivers for this Hokie team. 4 seniors that will get the predominant amount of playing time. They control their own substitutions. They've come in together. They've gone through their careers together. They've got a great feel for each other. Have all put up big numbers throughout their careers. They all give you a little bit different thing to guard against. Justin Harper right there shows his speed, breaking away on man coverage underneath.
Glennon has remained at quarterback for this entire series. From the Jayhawks 27, the end around to Eddie Royal. And he's tackled after a gain of just 1 by Jayhawks linebacker Mike Rivera.
That was an excellent job by Russell Brorson, holding his containment so that the ball could not get outside. He read the play away, He stayed at home and was not leveraged. Take a look at him here. Number 81, keeping outside leverage, allowing his inside pursuit to catch up to the running back.
You sure do talk about team a lot with this Kansas group, Coach. I mean, you mentioned how they play defense, perfect fits. They understand their job. They don't try to do too much.
Very disciplined.
Second down and 9. Glennon wrapped up. Down he goes. James Holt, the junior out of Altus, Oklahoma. Loss of 5 on the play.
We had a blitz on that particular play on defense. An excellent job by the secondary, playing man coverage, making him pull the ball down.
Kenny Lewis Jr., he's in there as a running back, but you have to do more than just carry the ball and catch it out of the backfield as a receiver. You've got to be able to protect your quarterback on the blitz. He's the guy that got beat for the sack.
Third sack of this first quarter for the Jayhawks. They had only 21 all season. Third down and 14. Glennon out of the shotgun. Firing downfield. Incomplete. Pass was intended for Harper. Justin Thornton on the coverage.
The right timing on the throw. Just threw the ball a little behind him. Good route by Harper.
So Judd Dunleavy, senior out of Roanoke Rapids, North Carolina, out to attempt a 49-yard field goal. One shy of the school record for successful field goals in a single season. Dunleavy from 49. No good. Taken out of the end zone by Talib. Talib still on his feet. And is brought down by John Graves. Brought it back to the 39-yard line. Just over 2 minutes remaining, first quarter. Frank Beamer's Hokies down by 7.
Dude. Dude. You get... Dude. 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 Dude.
We fought the infection. We survived the apocalypse. And now we face extinction.
The most exciting movie of the year. Resident Evil Extinction. Now on DVD and Blu-ray high def.
Like zoinks, it's the cable guy.
Well, now that DirecTV has way more HD channels than cable, he had to try to stop everyone from switching to DirecTV.
Get over 85 of the best channels in HD now on DirecTV.
Treadmill on.
Blinds closed.
Store open?
Not everything responds to your voice like Sync. Introducing Sync.
Play artists, The Strokes.
Voice activate your MP3 player, Bluetooth phone,
Call home.
Hello?
and more. Sync, powered by Microsoft, exclusively on new Ford, Lincoln, and Mercury vehicles.
Here, Daddy.
Sweet pea, apple of my eye. Don't know where.
Look, Daddy sent us a picture.
More bars in more places. That's what you can expect from the largest digital voice and data network in America.
You're the only reason I keep on coming home.
Switch to the network you can trust, AT&T. Get our exclusive smartphones, now only $99.99.
The FedEx Orange Bowl is sponsored by Southwest Airlines. With Southwest Airlines' convenient nonstop flights, it's like having your own company plane. By FedEx, go air, go ground, go football. And by Tostitos, free the fun.
Don't join the live FedEx Orange Bowl play calling competition now. Predict plays before the snap for your chance to win. Text BCS to 386 from your AT&T wireless phone, exclusively from AT&T, or you can play now at attblueroom.com. Following the missed field goal and the return by Talib, Kansas starts from their own 39-yard line, and they keep it on the ground on first down. McAnderson gains 5.
I think this is going to be very important throughout the course of the game. You've established balance all season long, and Brandon McAnderson has had a great year. We've also seen Jake Sharp in there running the football. For Kansas to have a chance to win this game, they've got to maintain that balance. They can't just be throwing the football around. So look for them to continue to check the inside. Here comes Jake Sharp in now. He's a little bit more speedy. You get some more perimeter plays with him on the outside.
4 receivers, Myers slot left. And the pass is short, intended for Desmond Briscoe. Tonight's aerial coverage brought to you by Bud Light. Endless refreshment from start to finish. Bud Light keeps it coming. Kenny Albert, Darrell Johnston, Barry Alvarez, Jeannie Zelasco. From Dolphin Stadium in Miami, the 74th FedEx Orange Bowl. Kansas leads Virginia Tech 7-0. 3rd down and 5. Jayhawks must get to the 49. Reesing on 3rd down, incomplete.
A little miscommunication on the route there, but it looked like Virginia Tech was confused on the defensive alignment. They came out with a 3 receivers to the wide side of the field in a bunch formation, and it looked like there was some confusion, but
I think it's with that motion, Coach. You haven't seen Kansas use a lot of motion to change formation. They're using a little bit of it tonight to kind of challenge Virginia Tech's defense to make sure their alignments are correct.
They want to see if they can communicate.
Kyle Tucker punting for the first time. Jayhawks do not punt very often. They've scored more touchdowns this year than punts. Fair catch called for at the 15-yard line by Eddie Royal with 1:26 remaining in the first quarter. Coming up on Monday, it's the game college football fans have been waiting for as Matt Flynn and the LSU Tigers take on Chris Wells and the Ohio State Buckeyes in the All-State BCS National Championship game. Our coverage will begin Monday at 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific in high definition only on Fox. What do you think, Coach?
I tell you what, I'm impressed. I think Kansas came out ready to play. They're up tempo, and I think they've created some problems for Virginia Tech, particularly their defense.
Off the play fake on first down, Glennon is taken down back at the 13-yard line by John Larson.
I did not expect Kansas to be able to generate this much pressure on Virginia Tech. Whether it's been a linebacker combination coming with pressure or just on the outside. John Larson, the top right of your screen, 87. They've got a couple of guys who are absolutely relentless. John Larson is one of them. We've already saw Russell Borson make some plays on the defensive side for Kansas. You've got to block those 2 players until you hear a whistle.
4 sacks here in the first quarter for Kansas. Kenny Lewis Jr. out to the 20-yard line. Joe Mortensen made the tackle. How much of an effect does the first quarter suspension of Brandon Orr have on the Hokies?
I don't think it had any. I don't think it had any effect.
I think all the big plays right now by Kansas have come in the passing game. Obviously, the interception return by Aqib Talib. You talked about the 4 sacks. We've seen Kenny Lewis Jr. once in a pickup miss a block that caused a sack, but they've run the ball effectively up until this point. Really, all their problems have come when they've tried to throw the ball.
First quarter comes to an end in Miami. 4 sacks for the Kansas defense, and the only touchdown scored by the Jayhawks defense. 7-0 Kansas after 1.
The road is not filled with drivers. It's filled with people. So let's treat people more like they're in our home and less like they're in our way. Allstate believes safe drivers should get an extra reward. Introducing the Safe Driving Bonus Check. It's time to make the world a better place to drive. Let's Allstate stand. Are you in good hands?
Okay, what's a 3-letter word for...
Honey, would you run out and get me something crunchy?
Crunchy?
And chewy?
Crunchy and chewy?
And cheesy?
Crunchy, chewy, cheesy. Crunchy, chewy.
And melty?
Give in to your cravings. It's Taco Bell's Cheesy Gordita Crunch, and it's only around for a limited time. Get yours before they're gone.
Hold on.
From batteries to Bluetooth headsets. Find all the stuff you need for all the stuff you got at your neighborhood Radio Shack. Do stuff.
January 13th, the year's biggest television event is finally here.
We can't stay here, John. It's not safe.
Not safe from who?
Come with me if you want to live.
Some people never give up. Some people always fight. Terminator, the Sarah Connor Chronicles. The 2-night premiere event begins Sunday, January 13th on Fox.
Breaking news. The FedEx truck and school bus loaded with students collide on a snowy side street.
Big stories.
Wind chill advisories, they're already in place in some parts.
Special reports.
The story you'll see only on Fox.
And the weather you need to know.
Temperatures all over the place are just plummeting.
Every night, your choice for news.
A trio of robbers get caught stealing at a local Walmart with a toddler in tow.
Who's in charge of the tunnels on the Mass Pike?
Fox 25 News at 10 and 11.
Sean Glennon nowhere to go on that last pass attempt. That's why John Larson, Russell Borson, these guys are relentless. Look at the coverage by the Kansas defenders in the secondary. He's got nowhere to go. He holds on to it. Now all of a sudden you got a couple high motor guys on the outside. They're going to get home.
Those guys are academic All-Americans. Have you ever played with 2 D linemen that are academic All-Americans?
I work with a D lineman. I've never known a D lineman to be an academic All-American.
14 academic All-Americans on the Kansas roster. Glennon on 3rd and 5, intercepted. Second pick of the game for the Jayhawks. It's Chris Harris, the freshman from Bixby, Oklahoma. The Big 12 defensive newcomer of the year comes up with an interception in the FedEx Orange Bowl.
I think Sean Glennon would like to have this ball back. You've got help over the top. You've got coverage underneath. Here comes that Kansas pressure again. Zone blitz. Drop your guys out. Look at that. You got 2 guys right in the area. Boy, Chris Harris plays it great.
He came off of his receiver. Came off his receiver, read the quarterback, played the ball.
The second Hokies turnover. Reesing can't find anyone downfield. And is taken down at the 28-yard line after picking up 3. Cam Martin made the tackle.
Again, protecting the football, not trying to force a throw when you don't have it. Get what you can get. Let's line up again.
I think that that's one of the things that Todd Reesing has done so well. Everybody will talk about the numbers he put up, but the big number is the interceptions. He's only got 6 of them.
Sean Glennon only had 3 coming into this game. He's been picked off twice today. Second down and 7.
He is scrambled.
Racing finally throws it out of bounds.
Does he remind you of a Drew Brees or Doug Flutie type? Same size, same escapability, smart with the football, accurate.
I think Flutie is the one that jumps to mind. It's just the ability to create the confidence in his arm. And when you sit down and talk to him, the confidence that he has as part of his personality. I mean, the intangibles on him are immeasurable. I mean, he's not a big guy, but I tell you what, the intangibles that this kid possesses are amazing.
3rd down and 7.
Empty backfield.
Jayhawks have to get to the 21, and they do. It's a 1st down for the tight end, Derek Fine, as Reesing is able to maneuver and find that throwing lane.
What they moved Derek Fine and put him in a number of different positions in those formations. That time they were in no backs in the backfield. He was split out, found an opening in the seam. Nice throw by Reesing.
1st and 10 from the Virginia Tech 19. Fine shifts into the backfield. Reesing hands it off to McAnderson. And McAnderson tackled at the 17 by Orion Martin after picking up 2.
There's a little bit of that wrinkle right there. That's something you don't see a lot from this Kansas offense. You get Derek Fine motion into the backfield. Now all of a sudden he becomes kind of like an H-back in this offense now. Another job for Derek Fine. He's going to be your lead blocker through the hole for Brandon McAnderson. So a little bit of a new wrinkle with that time to prepare during that time off from the last game of the season.
Reesing now split to the left. Direct snap to McAnderson. And McAnderson is wrapped up at the 14-yard line by Carlton Powell.
I don't know what kind of thrower he is. I don't know what's left other than him carrying the ball. But you know what's interesting about McAnderson? We talk about the different players that Kansas recruits and Coach Mangino recruits. But his son was quarterback on the same high school team. And Coach Mangino liked the way he carried the ball. He wasn't highly recruited and offered him a scholarship.
Kansas, the only school that offered him a scholarship on offense. Everybody else wanted him to play linebacker. Penalty marker on 3rd and 5 as Reesing's pass was intended for Briscoe. Cam Martin comes up hobbling.
Illegal formation. Not enough men on the line of scrimmage. The penalties decline. 4th down.
Let's check in downstairs with Jeannie Zelasco. Jeannie.
Well, Kansas trying to prove to everybody that they deserve to be here, including their height-challenged quarterback. The media really beating up this team when they got to town, saying, how tall is Todd Reesing really? Coaches responded, tall enough to get us to a BCS bowl.
Some things you can't measure.
Listed at 5'11".
Yeah.
Here's Scott Webb. And Webb connects from 32 yards out. So the Jayhawks extend their lead early 2nd quarter in Miami. It is now 10-0 Kansas.
And did you see what she was wearing? Ew. You want to play?
Hey, come on, let's go for a ride in the new Caravan.
Bringing families together like never before.
You know, you're not so bad, Bobby. It's Billy. I knew that.
The all-new Dodge Grand Caravan.
Going to the game this weekend?
Yeah, I'm on the team.
Good one.
Get in here, son. You make this, and everybody's going to know your name, Stevens.
It's Smith, sir.
Exactly.
No one cares who the kicker is until you need it. Kind of like car insurance. Are you in good hands?
On January 11th, he will fight for vengeance.
King called upon you to face death.
He will fight to save all he knows. In the name of the King. Rated PG-13, January 11th.
The Kansas Jayhawks appearing in their first BCS bowl game. Record of 11-1. They've already set a school record for wins in one season. Kansas scoring all 10 of their points off turnovers. They lead Virginia Tech 10-0. Short kickoff by Webb, taken at the 19 by Morgan. And Morgan is tackled as he crosses the 30 by Justin Springer. Tyrod Taylor and Sean Glennon have each been picked off once here in the first half. A look at the Hokies' first 4 possessions.
Well, they really haven't been able to establish any type of offensive identity tonight. And you made a great point, Coach. The fact that you've got Tyrod Taylor in there, but you're not. I think you're worried so much about Kansas having an advantage because they're anticipating something that you're taking away his strength, which is his mobility. Get into some option offense right now. The passing game has not worked for Virginia Tech.
Taylor hands it off. Taken up to the 34-yard line by Brandon Orr. His first carry, the junior out of Chesapeake, Virginia, who was suspended for the first quarter of this game. The Hokies' leading rusher this season, approaching 900 yards.
In a game like this, Kansas right now has all the momentum. Virginia Tech has to establish something on offense, get some type of a rhythm, and try to swing that momentum back to their side.
Now Taylor drops back into the shotgun on 2nd and 7. Oh, he takes a hard hit at the 38-yard line from Mike Rivera.
This group of linebackers are very, very physical. They're the heart and soul of this defense. Look at Mike Rivera come up. That is textbook.
That's how you tackle. And I tell you, how about their coach, Steve Tovar, a great linebacker in his own right. Ohio State and several NFL teams, and is enthusiastic, and we saw him really working these guys in preparation for this game.
The mental part, it's not all about being physical on the football field. It's knowing your job. Steve's doing a great job making sure his guys are ready to play.
Taylor on 3rd and 2. Justin Harper, the intended receiver.
That's excellent coverage in the back end. A full blitz, man coverage, no one open.
There's Steve Tovar right there. His guys coming off the field. But it's just not about being a physical presence on the field. I played against Steve. He's a tough guy on the field, but he always knew what his job was. He makes sure that all those linebackers understand what they have to do before that ball is snapped. Then let them be the physical presence on the field.
The linebackers are the top 3 tacklers on the Kansas squad. Here's Talib on the return. Across the 40, out of bounds, and the 43. A 17-yard return by Talib.
supposed to put coins in there.
Want to get away? Now you can. With Southwest Airlines Internet specials, you can fly to over 60 destinations nationwide for just $49 to $99. Purchased by January 21st.
You are now free to move about the country.
Rob, you know, Verizon Wireless still has lots of really great phones on sale. Got myself a Venus with a touchscreen.
The holidays aren't over yet. Because some of the season's hottest phones are up to 50% off, like the Samsung U620, perfect for VCast mobile TV, just $49.99. Or get the Moto Q Music, just $99.99. Verizon Wireless.
Caravan.
Budweiser's not just a beer, it's a lager. An authentic American lager, which is one of the most difficult beers to brew. Lagers are so crisp and clean, you can't hide imperfections. Look at that. Darker, cloudier beers can be more forgiving of flaws. But Budweiser, it's got to be brewed to perfection. Why does Budweiser go to all this effort? For this.
The FedEx Orange Bowl on Fox is sponsored by Budweiser. Reach for the perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Budweiser, the great American lager.
Welcome back. Kansas leading Virginia Tech 10-0 early second quarter. Terrific starting field position for Mark Mangino's Jayhawks following the 17-yard punt return by Talib. McAnderson and Sharp in the backfield. First and 10, 41-yard line. This is Sharp up the middle, and Jake Sharp gains 8 out to the 49-yard line as we check in downstairs with Jeannie.
We've got a linebacker down on the Virginia Tech side, Cam Martin. They're hoping he can make his way back in. It is a right knee sprain.
And that is Cody Grimm, sophomore out of Fairfax, Virginia, replacing Martin. He is the son of former Washington Redskin, now an assistant coach with the Arizona Cardinals, Russ Grimm. Brandon McAnderson picks up a Kansas first down. Cody Grimm's done a nice job this season. Terrific special teams player, a former walk-on.
That's a great job. That's the long, tough road. You come onto a campus, you're not offered a scholarship. You've got to make that team on your own merit.
That's Coach Cody's cousin, or his uncle, Donnie Grimm at Notre Dame, played linebacker.
He walked on with you?
He wasn't a walk-on. We gave him a scholarship.
From the Hokie 48, Reesing in trouble. Down he goes. Back at the 45-yard line. Xavier Adibi along with Nikos Brown.
Nikos Brown was the first one there. He's really what disrupted it. Watch on the right side. Boy, just gets right across the face of Cesar Rodriguez on the inside.
You know who Nikos Brown's father is? Chuck Brown, the godfather of go-go music.
Oh, my.
His son Nikos making the play, the sophomore out of Brandywine, Maryland. Second down and 17. Racing out of the shotgun. Swings it out to Jake Sharp. And Sharp forced out of bounds by Brandon Flowers after a short game.
Well, Nikos Brown has come in and made a couple of plays. The last one, the initial pressure on Todd Reesing, and on that play right there, he didn't give Jake Sharp the inside cut. He got back to the outside, forced him to stay toward the sideline.
Think the band plays go-go music when Nikos makes a play? They should. Third down and 19 for the Jayhawks, who lead 10-0. 4 receivers. Reesing to Sharp. And Sharp is close to a first down, tackled by Brandon Flowers. He needed 19 for a first, and he gained 18 yards.
Nice job by Reesing, reading the blitz, having the answer for the blitz, getting the ball out to a hot receiver.
What a great play call in that situation. Great anticipation by Ed Warner.
He's going to go for it here on 4th and short.
Last time Kansas went for it on 4th down, they drew a penalty. First down, Kansas. Marcus Henry, who's had a terrific season, 5 100-yard games, moves the chains for the Jayhawks.
They are giving this Virginia Tech defense a lot to worry about. They're spreading formations, getting the ball outside quickly to their wide receivers. They've lined up in traditional pro sets with a fullback and Jake Sharp as your running back. They're throwing everything at this Virginia Tech defense tonight.
From the Hokie 32. High snap. Reesing fires downfield, and the catch is made at the 18-yard line by Desmond Briscoe. Wow. Talk about making something out of nothing, as Reesing did there.
You know what? How many quarterbacks have you seen with a bad snap, the ball on the ground, that they panic right there? He comes up out of there, eyes right down the field, and throws the ball, throws a touch pass over the linebacker.
Look at that. It's in between Cam Chancellor and Brandon Flowers. I mean, there is no margin for error on that throw.
From the Virginia Tech 18, this time a low snap. And some miscommunication. The pass was behind the intended receiver, Marcus Henry.
We've seen that a couple of times tonight. We've seen some miscommunication between Todd Reesing and his wide receivers on what the route was supposed to be. That's really the only time they've been ineffective in this passing game.
There's the center, Ryan Cantrell. A high snap followed by a low snap.
They'll get this one right.
2nd and 10. From the Virginia Tech 18. Perfect snap. The toss to McAnderson. And Brandon McAnderson forced out of bounds at the 13-yard line by Cam Martin, who was shaken up earlier and has returned to the game.
Virginia Tech plays a boundary field style of defense. When you put your formation and spread it to the field, look at all of the people that you pull out to this side. You leave on the backside just a little bit of a one-on-one situation where you can go there. Now you're going to get your quick toss to that side. You've only got one defender on the outside. By formation, if you're going to play that field boundary style, you've got to match the numbers.
4 receivers set for Kansas. 3rd down and 5. Reesing fires. Touchdown Jayhawks. Marcus Henry with his 10th touchdown reception of the season.
Tall enough to lead him to a BCS game, Coach.
I'll tell you what now, when he saw that cut, he saw the lane, and that ball was released now. He was drooling when he saw that. He couldn't wait to get that ball out.
So on that drive, Henry goes over 1,000 yards for the season. Becomes the first Jayhawk in school history with 10 touchdown receptions in one season. And Reesing set the new school record, the 36th touchdown pass of his career. 17-0 Jayhawks.
Cut. Oh, come on. I nailed it. It's a burrito for 99 cents. That's your part.
Uh-huh. We got it.
It's irresistible. 3 cheeses, the sauces, seasoned rice, delicious.
Right. And then I take a bite.
No, you don't eat it. You sit. You're the nines.
Okay. And then we get to eat it.
No, don't eat it. Don't touch it.
I'm eating it. Me too.
You eat, I will fire you.
I bet he's great with kids. Mm-hmm.
3 cheeses, fiesta salsa, and a cheesy zesty kick. It's Taco Bell's half-pound cheesy bean and rice burrito.
For 99 cents.
And did you see what she was wearing? Ew. You want to play?
Hey, come on, let's go for a ride in the new Caravan.
Bringing families together like never before.
You know, you're not so bad, Bobby. It's Billy. I knew that.
The all-new Dodge Grand Caravan.
Now when the saints go marching in, and when the saints go marching in, yes, I want to be in that number. And when the saints go marching in.
Visa makes it easier for NFL fans to get ready for game day. Life takes Visa.
Can I help you, sir?
I got a hole-in-one.
Congratulations.
How big can we make my hole-in-one?
3x5 banner might be nice.
So we should make some copies of my hole-in-one.
Okay.
And we should collate them.
But they all say the same thing.
Really? What is that?
You got a hole-in-one?
Okay.
FedEx, proudly bringing you the FedEx Cup.
American Express card members, log on to fox.com/Prison Break to get an exclusive recap of where Prison Break left off and an insider's preview of all new episodes beginning January 14th. Are you missing out, or are you a card member?
Kansas leading Virginia Tech 17-0 following the touchdown pass from Todd Reesing to Marcus Henry.
Just very poised in the pocket. You heard Coach Alvarez talk about the fact that he knew what was coming. He had the right play called into the right type of coverage. That ball comes out on time.
If you noticed, even though he's whatever height he is, he had a lane to throw between his offensive linemen, and he moves and shuffles to find that lane before he releases the ball.
Short kickoff by Webb, taken at the 25 by Josh Morgan. Morgan out to the 33-yard line, 8 yards on the return. Our game summary brought to you by Dodge.
Well, it's really been this Kansas defense that has got this Jayhawk team raring to go right now. You had Virginia Tech run back the opening kickoff, put themselves in great field position, and then all of a sudden that defense started flexing its muscles. Aqib Talib with a big interception return for a touchdown. Very impressed with this Kansas defense.
Sean Glennon and the Hokies begin from their own 32. Glennon swings it out to Morgan, and Morgan gains 3, forced out of bounds by Mike Rivera. You surprised, Coach, by anything you've seen here in the first half?
Well, I'm surprised that Virginia Tech has not been able to establish anything on offense. They really, I think they tried to come out and disrupt tendencies, and it really kind of backfired on them. And now I think they're searching a little bit for where they want to go offensively.
Only 67 yards of offense for the Hokies so far. 2nd down and 7. This is Orr up the middle. Brandon Orr out across the 40. This is the biggest deficit the Hokies have faced since week 2 against LSU, a 48-7 loss. The largest deficit they have overcome. They trailed by 10 in the ACC championship game. Came back to defeat Boston College 30-16.
You talk about trying to find something to hang your hat on, Coach. I think they need to just start lining up and running the football between the tackles right now.
This is an important third down conversion right here. Third down and 1. This is Orr. He picks up a first down into Kansas territory. Brandon Orr needed 1, and he gained 10 yards. Good surge by the offensive line. But now Virginia Tech has to stay patient. It's important for them to be patient here and try to get on the board.
And just stay with what's working right now. Right now, their inside running game has been the one part of their offense that's been effective this first half. Stay with it right now.
First and 10 from the Kansas 49. Again, it's Orr. And Orr picks up 4 yards down to the Jayhawks 45.
See, now they're staying even with the down and distance. You're not falling behind the chains. You dictate. If on first downs you get 4 or more, the offense dictates. But they've got a little rhythm right now.
Hokies have committed 2 turnovers. Both quarterbacks, Sean Glennon and Tyrod Taylor, have thrown an interception. Second down and 6. Glennon hands it off Orr, and this time able to gain just 1 as James Holt comes up to make the tackle.
A little bit of success in that running game, and this Kansas defense isn't going to sit back anymore. Here comes your pressure with Mike Rivera right into that area. Here comes Joe Mortensen over the top. James Holt filling in from the backside. There's those fits that we're talking about with this defense. Watch them move in sync. There's nowhere for Brandon Orr to go because everybody does their responsibility. There's not a cutback lane for him to get a big gainer.
Under 5 minutes remaining first half. Kansas leading Virginia Tech 17-0. Third down and 5. Orr broke a tackle, picks up a first down. Good second effort by Brandon Orr.
Good run by Brandon Orr. Broke a tackle in the hole, as you said, Kenny. And we haven't seen Kansas miss many tackles.
Well, he's your horse right now. You got to start riding him. A little twist on the outside. Jeff Wheeler coming on that loop back inside, overruns it a little bit. Good vision by Brandon Orr, but I would hitch my saddle to him right now. Start riding him for a while.
Look at him. He's wound up right now.
Well, he's the guy who sat out the first quarter. Probably feels like he let his teammates down.
This is Orr. Orr gaining 4 more yards down to the Kansas 32. John Larson made the tackle. These great pictures tonight provided by the DLP Amazing Picture Cam. DLP is the official HD TV of the BCS on Fox. DLP, it's amazing. It's the mirrors. Virginia Tech on the move. They have averaged 35 points per game over their last 5. Shutout so far today. Second down and 6. Glennon tackled by Larson. At the 30, a flag. Larson may have gotten a piece of Glennon's face mask.
Personal foul, face mask, 87 on the defense, 15-yard penalty, automatic, first down.
I think at times Glennon has had a tendency to hold on to the football when he's dropped back. In this case, his receiver was covered. He pulled it down and got positive yardage and then drew the penalty.
Well, it's given this Virginia Tech offense a little bit of life. I mean, down 17-0. We went to commercial break before that kickoff. That sideline was flat. There was no emotion at all. This drive has added a little bit of life to that side of the field.
The toss to Brandon Orr. And Orr takes it down to the Kansas 12 before he was tackled by Mike Rivera and Caleb Blakesley.
I would think that coming into this game that the Kansas defense was probably concerned with the size difference, the offensive line compared to their defensive line, and they're really not very deep in the defensive line. Try to keep their guys fresh, but this is what I think they were concerned about, being mushed a little.
Here's Orr on second down inside the 10. And finally forced out of bounds. But Brandon Orr doing a terrific job on this drive as the Hokies look to put points on the board prior to halftime.
Well, they've been able to run inside against this Kansas defense now the last couple of plays, getting on the edge. See if this Jayhawk defense can buckle down.
3rd down and 3. Orr. And Brandon Orr picks up the Hokies' first down.
Nice job by the right side of the offensive line. Ed Wang, Sergio Render. Good movement up front.
First and goal from the Kansas 2. Orr. And Orr is stopped at the 1-yard line by Todd Haselhorst.
Second and goal at the 1.
Second and goal from the 1. Brandon Orr is in for the touchdown.
Coach, you talked about that right side of the offense. Tremendous surge against that Kansas defense.
You teach an offensive lineman on the 1-yard line or down inside the red zone. When you're on the 1-yard line, you want to teach him to drive his man into the end zone, and that's exactly what you see. Look at the movement up front.
And then you pull Nick Marshman around to kind of fill that spot where the ball's going to. Just a great job by that Hokie offensive line.
An important drive.
11 carries, 48 yards, and a touchdown running the football. They've tried to get fancy with it up until this point in this game. It's cost them a couple of interceptions, one return for a touchdown. They just come out on that drive, make a decision that we're just going to get behind Brandon Orr and pound this ball down the field. It pays off with a touchdown.
So the Hokies are on the scoreboard. They now trail the Jayhawks by 10.
Okay, people, time to rock and roll. Your stocks are up, your stocks are down. We have 5 emails. The first one is from Alexandra.
Rise and shine, short one. Kung Fu today.
Thanks, Sven.
Okay, just to recap our schedules.
List called.
Thanks, Sven. Forecast says cold today, so bundle up.
Let's move it along. Let's rock and roll.
If you can't get a Sven in 2008, get one of these exclusive AT&T smartphones. It'll keep you and your family organized. Just $99.99, only from AT&T.
Do I want to continue? Of course. I'm not paying. Schwab is. It's their new checking account. Schwab refunds all ATM fees at any ATM. Plus, they are giving me this ridiculously high interest rate. I mean, my money was just sitting in my old checking account, just kind of sitting there.
Two-row barley is my life. Steve is the barley guy. He's the man. He's the barley man. And without barley, you don't have beer. You just smell it and you know it's good.
We make a tea out of our barley malt to get a sense of its complexity. This would make great amber bock.
For Michelob Amber Bock, we're looking for this nutty caramel malty flavor.
Yeah, hops get a lot of attention, but barley's pretty romantic stuff.
There's a family behind the Michelob family of beers. Michelob, crafting a better beer. FedEx Orange Bowl is sponsored by Dodge. Live to the fullest. Dodge. Grab life. By the new AT&T. Your world delivered. And by Taco Bell. Big fans of college bowl action.
Coming up, the Southwest Airlines halftime show with Chris Rose, Jimmy Johnson, and John Riggins. They will have first half highlights and analysis. Also, stay tuned for a live performance by Rock and Roll Hall of Famers ZZ Top. That's all coming up on the Southwest Airlines halftime show. Kickoff taken at the 15-yard line by the Big 12 Special Teams Player of the Year, Marcus Herford. Not much on the return. Kenny Jefferson downfield to make the tackle. A return of 10 yards by Herford. So with 1:18 remaining in the first half, Todd Reesing and the Kansas offense heading back out. Reesing's numbers so far, 12 of 19, 108 yards, and a touchdown. Jayhawks will start from their own 23. McAnderson, the lone back, 3 receivers set. Brandon McAnderson running left. And McAnderson gains just 1 before he was tackled by Orion Martin. Anderson slow to get back up.
That'll be a tough one for this Jayhawk team.
He's all right.
Timeout called by the Hokies with 1:03 remaining in the half.
I think they felt that Kansas was going to try to run the clock out and get in at the half, 10 points up, and feel as though now they're going to make them throw the football and possibly try to get it back.
Well, I think they should. I think that's probably exactly what Mark Mangino is thinking. They deferred when they won the toss. They're going to get the ball to start the second half, so no reason to do something foolish here. We've talked about how good they are with protecting the ball and not beating themselves, but you've got to get that first down if you want to stay on the field offensively. Otherwise, you're going to turn it over to that Hokie team that just got a big rush from that great performance by their offensive line in the running game on the last drive.
On 2nd and 9, Reesing out of the shotgun from the 24-yard line. Inside handoff to Jake Sharp. And Virginia Tech will call another timeout.
Bud Light is brewed to give you everything you want in a beer. Never-ending refreshment, superior drinkability, and now the ability to walk through walls.
Told you we weren't going to get in. What are we going to do now? What are we going to do now? We're going to do this.
Not good. The ability to walk through walls no longer available in Bud Light. The endless refreshment, however, remains.
Bud Light keeps it coming.
I wonder where Jake is!
Mark Mangino told us some people think the Orange Bowl is the destination. To me, for our program, it is just the beginning.
Well, he talked about sustaining, being able to sustain winning, sustain this level, as Frank Beamer has at Virginia Tech.
Third down and 5. Jayhawks have to get to the 33. Reesing fires. Kerry Meyer makes the catch for a Kansas first down.
I think you'll see them change their philosophy now. I think you'll see that ball in the air and a no-huddle offense now.
All it takes is that first down. I mean, that's a critical third down snap right there, because if you don't convert, now you've got that Hokie punt block team coming on the field, and that can be an adventure. So big connection between Todd Reesing and Kerry Meyer on that play.
Well, I like the way he gets that ball off. He gets it off quick.
How about the ability of Kerry Meyer, too? I mean, that's your backup quarterback, backup punter, playing wide receiver, making a catch on his back hip.
Jayhawks using a lot of time prior to the snap. They have all 3 of their timeouts.
Yeah, they just want to get it in at halftime, get that ball back to start the second half.
So the Jayhawks will take a 17-7 lead into the locker room at halftime. Kansas scoring their first touchdown on defense. They have a 10-point lead, and head coach Mark Mangino is standing by with Jeannie.
What was your offense that was stealing most of the attention coming into this matchup? Speak to your defense, what they've done to Virginia Tech, and getting you on the board as well.
Well, our defense has been good for us all year. I've said that all along, and, you know, we've played strong on defense. I don't like the last drive. You know, I don't think we got our fits in the run game. We got reached at the line of scrimmage. That's uncharacteristic for us. We've got to get that corrected at the half.
All right. Have a good second half. Thank you, sir. From the FedEx Orange Bowl halftime festivities about to get underway, here is Chris Rose.
All right, Jeannie, thank you very much. Coming up next on the Southwest Airlines halftime show, I will be rejoined by Jimmy Johnson and John Riggins. They're going to break down the first half, plus a special performance from ZZ Top. You ready for the halftime show? It's coming up. Unbelievable. We're back with Kansas leading Virginia Tech.
The Big 12 online store is the fast and easy way to get all of your officially licensed Big 12 championship merchandise and team apparel. With a huge inventory of top brands, great customer service, and $4.99 shipping on every order, the Big 12 online store will get you ready for the big game. Go to the Big 12 online store today to get t-shirts, jerseys, hats, polos, accessories, and more. The Big 12 online store, where Big 12 fans get everything they need.
Introducing the Bank AmeriCard Rewards Visa Credit Card. It gives our customers 50% more reward points with every purchase with no annual fee. So all you have to do is use it, and the rewards will follow. Bank AmeriCard Rewards. 50% more points with every purchase and so much more. Apply today for the best card ever from Bank of America.
Hey, man, it's your turn to get in the game. If I can lose weight, so can you.
It was easy. The weight started falling off, and I started feeling great about myself.
Losing never felt so good.
It's time for you to lose weight, too. Order Nutrisystem Advanced, and we'll ship you 4 weeks of delicious meals. Plus, get free membership, free counseling, and free shipping. But wait, call or go to Nutrisystem.com/70 to find out how you can get 70 extra meals absolutely free.
I'm Hillary Clinton, and I approve this message.
They say, don't talk the talk if you can't walk the walk. For 31 straight years, we've backed up our talk with some of the toughest, most popular trucks on the road. Enough said.
Maria Stefano, Mark Ackerblum, Fox 25 News at 10, and Fox 25 News at 11.
Welcome back to the Southwest Airlines halftime show. Aqib Talib. What an outstanding year he has had for Kansas. 4 receiving touchdowns and now 2 INTs returned for scores. This got the Jayhawks on the board. They built a 17-0 lead. They lead Virginia Tech in the FedEx Orange Bowl 17-7. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the Southwest Airlines halftime show. Chris Rose, John Riggins, Jimmy Johnson. Your alma mater, oh so impressive in the first half, especially offensively. We wonder who is going to win the chess match between Frank Beamer, Mark Mangino. So obviously they're getting it done on that side of the ball.
Yeah, I tell you what, Chris, I think Ed Warner's doing a great job, and I think Bud Foster, I think he's got Bud on his heels a little bit. I saw some plays in there in the first half
that KU's doing what you don't normally see them do. They like to spread the ball out in this 4th and 1 right here. They spread everybody out, throw the ball out to Marcus Henry. I thought that was a play that they caught him off guard a little bit on, and then this post pattern over the middle. And the other thing they're doing to Marcus Henry, the other thing that they're doing that I like is they're actually going to a conventional offense, which I haven't seen. These guys are lined up around an I formation, so now they're starting to run the ball. Bud Foster's got to factor that in. They've got the lead. They don't know what they're going to do when they come out the second half.
Figures that a guy like you, by the way, would like an I formation. I'm just kind of bringing that up. Hey, defensively, Kansas has been unbelievable out there. What's going on, Jim?
Yeah, Kansas defensive coordinator Bill Young's doing an outstanding job of mixing up the coverages and the blitzes. Here he has a zone blitz, has a 3-deep coverage. Ball's thrown right there across the middle to get the interception. And then he has some inside pressure. Taylor rolls out, rolls right into the pressure defense. Bill Young changes the blitz, has an inside linebacker blitz, has 4 sacks in the first half. Doing an outstanding job of mixing up the defenses.
If you're Frank Beamer, can you still trust Tyrod Taylor? I know that he's a true freshman, but his first 2 plays, he was sacked. He throws the INT for the touchdown. You know,
you've got to let Taylor do what he does best, and that's run the football. The other thing is, Orr did not play in the first quarter. You notice the second quarter, Virginia Tech ran the ball much better.
And he did score the Hokies' lone touchdown. If you're Kansas and Mark Mangino, those kids have got to be awfully excited. They're 30 minutes of football away from a FedEx Orange Bowl championship. What do you tell them?
Well, I think you tell them, well, number one, I'm very pleased to see that this game, they approach this game that it wasn't too big for them, and they're playing within their schemes, their concept. All you tell them is, listen, guys, no mistakes. You've done a great job of that. Keep on doing what you're doing. We're going to keep mixing it up. We'll keep the Virginia Tech Hokies on their heels, and we're going to come out of here with a victory.
In 10 seconds, Jimmy, look into the crystal ball. Virginia Tech coming back and winning this thing?
I think Virginia Tech's got a shot, but they got to, don't get cute. Don't start throwing the ball all over the field. Run Orr up the middle. Change it up with a couple of play-action passes. They'll get right back into this game.
Little Rock Chalk Jayhawk at the end of this one. I don't know. You're all smiles already. I don't know. We'll see. So Kansas leads Virginia Tech 17-7 at the FedEx Orange Bowl. Coming up next, a very special performance from the legendary band ZZ Top.
We're trying to get to the bowl.
Yeah, man, the Orange Bowl.
Yeah, it's the FedEx Orange Bowl. I got a great band playing. We at the right spot. We're going to go in. Ah, great. We'll go. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. Look here. ZZ Top is in the bowl. Now it's time to rock and roll.
Dedication, hard work, while always looking to the future. That's what makes an ACC student athlete. Me, developing the best of myself to become a better person, making it all come together, achieving, preparing for tomorrow. Then it hit me. I'm also preparing for the rest of my life.
The Atlantic Coast Conference, striving for tomorrow, today.
Up to the minute school closings and delays any way you want. On the air with Fox 25 Morning News and on the web with myfoxboston.com.
Tonight, all eyes on the Iowa caucus. We'll tell you which candidates came out on top.
Joe Bettenfeld will have a complete wrap-up plus a look ahead to New Hampshire.
A fugitive snow did fall in Cape Cod, but a bigger story for everyone, this bitter cold. And the goal is to shoot down planes headed for New York.
Why this internet video game is outraging 9/11 victims and survivors after the game.
There are 380,000 NCAA student athletes. And most of us will go pro in something other than sports. In something other than sports. Go to ncaastudent.org to find out how.
Welcome back to the Southwest Airlines halftime show on Fox.
Kansas leads Virginia Tech 17-7 in the FedEx Orange Bowl. Time right now for a very special performance from ZZ Top.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome rock icon ZZ Top. about a sharp dance man. Go watch diamond ring. I ain't missing out a single thing. Cufflinks, stick pin. When I step down, I'm gonna do you in. They come running just as much as they can. 'Cause every girl's crazy about a sharp dance man. Top coat, top hat. I know where it 'cause my wallet's flat. Black shades, white glove. Looking sharp, I'm looking for love. I'm running just as fast as I can. 'Cause every girl's crazy about a sharp-dressed man. Give it up one more time to DCC
came to get along. And I'm getting a massage. I want you to whisper your name in my ear.
Mordecai. Two friends just hit a new low.
I'm not robbing no church. I'm talking about robbing the people in the church.
On January 11th, their plan doesn't have a prayer.
All we want is the money. You got a gun? God gonna whip your...
First Sunday, rated PG-13.
Make a move, I'll pop a cap in you.
You don't need to be scared. He ain't got that many bullets.
In theaters everywhere, January 11th.
No one votes for yesterday. We vote for tomorrow. Every election is about the future. Many are pessimistic. I'm not. In the next 10 years, we'll see more progress, more change than the world has seen in the last 10 centuries. Our next president must unleash the promise and innovation of the American people. I'm ready for that challenge. The future begins now. I'm Mitt Romney, and I not only approve this message, I'm asking for your vote.
I can't feel my hands. I'm freezing at Pee-wee hockey. I'm freezing at Pee-wee hockey. But wait, there's hope on the way.
Introducing new Milky Way brand hot chocolate. Perfect for when you're freezing at Pee-wee hockey. Only at Dunkin' Donuts. America runs on Dunkin'. Get a Dunkin' deal. A bagel with cream cheese for only 99 cents. Offer good January 1st through the 30th.
I'm John Edwards, and I approve this message. For 25 years, corporate greed has gotten its way in Washington, destroying American jobs and the middle class, while the establishment did nothing. Insurance lobbyists kill health care. Energy giants make billions from insane gas prices, and more jobs are lost. As much as we like to think so, good intentions won't change a thing. Corporate greed won't be stopped without a president who fights for you. Saving the middle class will be an epic battle, and that's a fight I was born for.
Maria Stefano, Mark Ockerbloom, Fox 25 News at 10, and Fox 25 News at 11.
The most unpredictable college football season in history reaches its climax. The Tigers have risen from the ashes and are ready to claim their second BCS championship. But the Buckeyes are out to avenge last year's title game loss and prove they're the true number one. LSU, Ohio State. The All-State BCS National Championship game, Monday, only on Fox. You want big? The biggest events this January are on Fox. College's biggest game, the All-State National Championship. Sunday, January 13th. TV's most anticipated new series premieres. Terminator, The Sarah Connor Chronicles. On Tuesday the 15th, nothing is bigger than the American Idol premiere. And Wednesday the 23rd, the most controversial show ever, The Moment of Truth. This January, the biggest events, the boldest network, Fox. 50 years ago, the great American race began.
Richard Petty goes back in front. They both spin. They're in the wall. Petty is ready. Dale hits him. And there's a fight. Dale Earnhardt is the champion of the Daytona 500.
The 2008 Sprint Cup begins with the 50th running of the Daytona 500. This February, only on Fox.
Fox Sunday kicks off a thrilling new year when Jon Stewart and Dan Rather uncover a surprising presidential candidate on an all-new Simpsons.
It's primary fever. Catch it.
That's what you said about yellow fever, and that was no fun.
Then, after a new King of the Hill, Family Guy's patriotism is put to the test.
Complete this sentence. The land of the free and the home of the blank. The Whopper?
Followed by an all-new American Dad. The wildest shows of the new year start at 7/6 Central, Sunday on Fox.
The plan is set. We leave tonight for the greatest escape in television history. Go. Prison Break returns with all new episodes Monday, January 14th on Fox. American Idol's back with New Year's resolutions for this year's contestants.
Please don't sing in costume.
You can reach me by railway.
Don't stop to cry. I'd lighten up a bit.
Don't sing Mariah.
Take a look at me.
And never disagree with me.
I think that's a bit much.
You're funny.
You're funny.
American Idol, the 2-hour premiere, Tuesday, January 15th on Fox.
All right, thank you very much. The LSU Tigers amping up their practice today, and the Louisiana Superdome, they'll taper off towards Saturday and Sunday, getting ready for Monday night's BCS All-State Championship game against the Buckeyes. They haven't played, of course, since December 1st in the SEC title game, but the Tigers don't mind. They had a number of players that did not play or played partially because of injury. The seniors, Matt Flynn, Glenn Dorsey, healthy and ready to go. Les Miles said his team is ready to take on Ohio State. Now, the Buckeyes, 0-8 in bowl games against SEC teams, including last year, that disappointing loss to the Florida Gators, something that James Laurinaitis, the junior linebacker, wants to atone for. With his father being a wrestler and his mother a bodybuilder, no doubt the Buckeyes will flex their muscle. 7:30 Eastern Monday night coverage starts with Tom Brenneman and Charles Davis calling the game. LSU and Ohio State. That's the story from New Orleans. I'm going to go check on Tom and Charles on Bourbon Street. Right now, let's go back to Miami and Chris Rhodes.
I'm just like any other kid. I have to go to school, help around the house. But instead of taking out the trash, I have to save the world.
Come with me if you want to live.
I'm not who they think I am. Some messiah.
Help me. Help me, son. You can stop running. Stay in one place. Fight.
You've reached the future leader of mankind. It may take me a while to get back to you, but leave a message anyway. How was school? I didn't get killed, and she didn't kill anybody. It's a pretty good first day, I think.
Terminator, the Sarah Connor Chronicles, premieres Sunday, January 13th on Fox.
Out of the shadows, a contender will emerge. Manning and the Giants. Garcia and the Bucks. The NFC Wild Card, Sunday on Fox.
The Tigers are ready to claim their second BCS championship title, but the Buckeyes are out to prove they're the true #1. The All-State BCS National Championship game, Monday, only on Fox.
Years ago, the great American race began.
Richard Petty goes back in front. They both spin. They're in the wall. Petty is sliding. Dale hits him. And there's a fight.
First day of practice in the championship game. Southwest gives you the free for following your favorite team. Southwest Airlines, the official airline of the BCS. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome back onto the field the University of Kansas Jayhawks and the Virginia Tech Hokies.
Somebody's down. Oh, somebody in the band.
The most unpredictable college football season in history reaches its climax. The Tigers have risen from the ashes and are ready to claim their second BCS championship. But the Buckeyes are out to avenge last year's title game loss and prove they're the true #1. LSU, Ohio State. The All-State BCS National Championship game, Monday, only on Fox. You want big? The biggest events this January are on Fox. College's biggest game, the All-State National Championship. Sunday, January 13th. TV's most anticipated new series premieres. Terminator, the Sarah Connor Chronicles. On Tuesday the 15th, nothing is bigger than the American Idol premiere. And Wednesday the 23rd, the most controversial show ever, The Moment of Truth. This January, the biggest events, the boldest network, Fox.
50 years ago, the great American race began.
Richard Petty goes back in front. They both spin. They're in the wall. Petty is sliding. Dale hits him. And there's a fight. Dale Earnhardt is the champion of the Daytona 500.
The 2008 Sprint Cup begins with the 50th running of the Daytona 500. This February, only on Fox.
Fox Sunday kicks off a thrilling new year when Jon Stewart and Dan Rather uncover a surprising presidential candidate on an all-new Simpsons.
It's primary fever. Catch it.
That's what you said about yellow fever, and that was no fun.
Then, after a new King of the Hill, Family Guy's patriotism is put to the test.
Complete this sentence. The land of the free and the home of the blank. The Whopper?
Followed by an all-new American Dad. The wildest shows of the new year start at 7/6 Central, Sunday on Fox.
We welcome you back to the FedEx Orange Bowl on Fox. We get set for the second half. Kansas leading Virginia Tech by the score of 17-7. Barry, Darrell, your thoughts on the first half?
Well, Reesing comes as advertised. He was very impressive, managed the game, moved their offense, did a lot of things. I thought it was huge for Virginia Tech to get that last drive. That drive was very important to get some momentum back and some confidence.
No, yeah, the confidence is the big thing. They didn't do anything right offensively. 2 turnovers, had 1 return for a touchdown. The Kansas defense had played well the entire first half up until that drive, and you heard Coach Mangino talk about, hey, we didn't play well defensively on that last drive. They took Brandon Orr and pounded him 11 times all the way down the field. He talked about fits. He talked about getting reached on the outside. You made the point, Coach, they just got blocked. Virginia Tech came out. They finally found something that was working for them offensively and stayed with it.
I tell you one thing that did surprise me in the first half. We talked so much about Virginia Tech special teams, but there were 2 big plays on special teams. Aqib Talib runs back a field goal because Virginia Tech didn't cover very well. He caught it deep in the end zone, 9 yards deep in the end zone, and was able to bring the ball out to the near the 40-yard line, and then had a 17-yard punt return. I was looking at Frank Beamer's face at that time. He wasn't very happy. That's very unusual.
Guys, a look at our Taco Bell impact players of tonight's game. Coach Alvarez mentioned the Kansas quarterback Todd Reesing, 13 of 20, 123 yards, 1 touchdown. And Brandon Orr, who did not play, Darrell, in the first quarter, gained 48 of his 52 yards on the touchdown drive.
Yeah, it was just mano a mano. You know, come out, we're going to run the ball. We're going to take it right down the field. They stayed in manageable down and distances. They were getting positive yards on first down, able to go right down the field.
You know, one other thing, the Virginia Tech defense is not playing bad. They're playing okay. They've only given up 10 points.
Before we get started in this second half, we check in downstairs with Jeannie Zalasko. Jeannie?
Well, you can tell by the umbrella here that the heavens have opened up against us once again tonight. Hey, I talked to Coach Beamer as he was coming out for the second half, and I asked him what was the one big problem you saw in the first half, and he said we really zeroed in on that interception, that turnover, the first one that really just killed us. I asked him if maybe the 2 quarterback set, the rotation really trying to disguise it, if they outsmarted themselves. He said, you know, maybe a little bit there, but really we're just having to get back to what we do best. We need to start running the football again, so look for that in the second half.
And run they did in the second quarter after Brandon Orr entered the game. A look at the first half numbers. Kansas tying their season high with 4 sacks in a game. All 4 tonight came in the first quarter. Kansas deferred at the start of the game, so they received the second half kickoff. This is Marcus Herford. Herford brought down just shy of the 25-yard line. So Todd Reesing will lead the Kansas offense out onto the field with a 17-7 lead.
This is going to be a critical series for this Kansas offense. And they've got to get on the field, get some positive plays, because the way that half ended, they were out of sync. They made a nice conversion on that third down to prevent Virginia Tech from getting the ball one more time at the half. I like this up-tempo approach. It seemed to give Virginia Tech a little bit of issues in the first half.
Kansas starting from their own 24. McAnderson in the backfield, 3 wide receivers set. Reesing's pass is caught at the 29-yard line by Dexton Fields. Gain of 6, 2nd and 4 coming up.
With this rain, it'll be interesting. Ed Warner was telling me he was concerned if it did rain because Todd Reesing's hands are not real big.
Second down and 4. And McAnderson brought down at the 31-yard line by Martin. So the Jayhawks facing a 3rd down and 3.
Well, there's a nice halftime adjustment by that Hokie defense, because in the first half, I think the motioning of Derek Fine into the backfield kind of caught them off guard a little bit. It's something that Kansas had not shown during the course of the regular season. The first time they tried in the second half, they made an adjustment. No room for Brandon McAnderson to run.
4 receivers set for the Jayhawks. They have to get to the 34 for a 1st down. Reesing to the outside. Complete 1st down, Kansas. Next in Fields. Takes it out to the 43-yard line. A gain of 12.
Good protection. He had plenty of time to sit back, take a look.
That's a long throw by Todd Reesing. I mean, that shows you he's got some strength in that arm. I mean, look at that. That is all the way across the field.
Aqib Talib is on the field. Reesing's pass is caught by Talib, but he is met immediately by Victor Macho Harris.
Darryl, that's what you talked about before the game, was the matchup outside and whether the wide receivers would be physical enough to handle the corners from Virginia Tech.
Well, I think when all of a sudden when you put Aqib Talib on the field, number 3 right there in that formation, all of a sudden that light has to go on as a defender. They're going to try and get him the ball. So great pre-snap look by that defense and playing aggressively to prevent him from being able to get anything going after the catch.
Loss of 6, 2nd and 16. Talib remains on the field. Reesing in trouble. Down he goes. Orion Martin taking down Todd Reesing at the 35-yard line.
Both of these defenses have been able to get pressure with just 4. You see right there, Xavier Adibi. Adibi is in the mix, but he backs out.
Third sack of the game for Virginia Tech. 5.5 this season for Martin. 3rd down and 18. Reesing looking for Talib. It was knocked away. Terrific coverage. Aqib Talib, the intended receiver. Cody Grimm got a piece of it.
Outstanding reaction to the ball. The pass was thrown perfectly, but good reaction. Good reaction to the ball.
Cody Grimm coming off his guy, getting back there to help out.
That's a great drop by a linebacker now. That's a lot of ground to cover.
Eddie Royal back deep, awaiting Kyle Tucker's second punt. Good kick by Tucker. The trickery from the Hokies on special teams. There is a flag on the field. Another flag as Justin Harper takes it all the way. An 84-yard return. There are 2 flags.
Offense number 16. The penalty is declined. For result, touchdown.
Beamer ball strikes again.
Here we go. I think Frank may have gotten their attention about special teams, or lack of attention to special teams.
Look at the right side of your screen. Rashad Carmichael comes in. They give you a block look. So all of a sudden you're thinking punt block. Not only do they set up a return, but they set up a reverse on the return. Look at all the Kansas Jayhawks moving left. There's your wall. Look at that wall set up. You always worry about the punt block in that situation. They come back and get you with a great punt return.
So the Hokies, who trailed 17-0, have scored 14 points in the last 4 minutes, 49 seconds. An 84-yard punt return, touchdown, Justin Harper. Kansas lead, cut to 3.
And they gave him his own parking spot. right in front of the entrance.
In front of the main entrance?
It says Nick. Right there.
Oh, hey, Nick. I guess.
Hey, Nick. Senior VP at 32. It's just not natural.
I started working 4 months before him.
Hello, 1 year. Yeah. He's definitely taking some kind of productivity enhancer.
You hear car, and what comes to mind? Okay, that's not car. And it's not 2 tons of metal, glass, and rubber. Car. The reason you got your license in the first place. The way you felt about your first car. It makes a kid pick up a crayon. And toy companies make these out of one of these. Car is why we'll stop for a chase scene. Or go just to go. It's back seats and rear-wheel drive. Car is passion, emotion, and yes, even a little vanity. Because unlike other vehicles, car is all about you. And car is what makes a Pontiac a Pontiac. Whether it's the Solstice GXP, G6 GXP Coupe, or coming this spring, the first ever Pontiac G8 GT, the most powerful car under 30 grand.
Hi, I need 15 colored copies of this presentation,
Sure.
please. I heard they're just 49 cents here.
No, but this is all in black and white.
Yeah, but the boss wants them in color.
But if I make copies of this, it'll be in black and white.
Not if you use the color copier.
You know, I think we're going to be better off using a regular copier for this.
What, is the color copier broken?
Oh, no, the color copier's fine.
Oh, great. Then I'll take 15 colored copies, please. Is it me or is it her? It's you.
Put your presentations together at FedEx Kinko's, where color copies are now just 49 cents. Our office is your office.
The FedEx Orange Bowl is sponsored by High Definition TV and Blu-ray. Your choice is clear, the future is blue. By Verizon Wireless. And by Pontiac, the first ever G8 from Pontiac, the official performance machine of the NCAA.
This is Frank Beamer's 21st season as Virginia Tech head coach. The first touchdown scored under Beamer. His first season came on special teams. The touchdown moments ago on the punt return scored by Justin Harper, the 41st special teams touchdown in Frank Beamer's 21 seasons.
We talked about it before the game, about how important it was, and he's in charge of special teams and made a major emphasis. And a lot of starters, unlike many schools, a lot of starters are on those special teams. He puts his best players out.
Marcus Herford backpedals from the goal line. Herford stopped just shy of the 20. Tonight's aerial coverage brought to you by Bud Light. Endless refreshment from start to finish. Bud Light keeps it coming. Well, we have ourselves a ball game, Darrell.
We sure do. We sure do. You've got the interception returned by Aqib Talib, just canceled out by that punt return by the Virginia Tech Hokies.
So the Kansas lead has been cut from 17 down to 3. Reesing on 1st and 10 from the 20. Good coverage downfield. Now he lobs one up, and it is out of bounds. Cam Chancellor looking for the interception, but he did not come down in bounds.
Well, he had plenty of time. You know, with his feet, he extends the play. Looks downfield. I think he tried to force that one a little bit, but look at the coverage.
He got away with one right there. We talked about in the first half how he was very good at managing the ball. It's something he's done well all season long. This is a high-risk throw. He's lucky he got away with that.
2nd and 10, 4 receivers set. Reesing in trouble. Down he goes. Carlton Powell with the 4th Virginia Tech sack tonight.
Well, this momentum has swung. It swung Virginia Tech's way, and those 4 defensive linemen are teeing off.
Number 99, Carlton Powell, coming from your right defensive tackle. Little arm under. He's right away. Beats Adrian Mays right away up the field. And again, that is going to be the critical thing. If your tackles are getting up into the face of Todd Reesing, he has nowhere to step up.
Hokies third in the nation in sacks. Shovel pass to Sharp. And he is wrapped up and brought down by Vince Hall.
Well, two great series. Two great defensive series by Virginia Tech.
Now you got to go back and punt the ball again. They went with the return on last time. If I'm Kansas, I'm thinking pressure. Frank Beamer's going to be coming after him this time.
You got 10 up.
That's what they showed last time. It came with a return. Rashad Carmichael, number 21, in on the left side. Now he's back out to cover. They're coming from the opposite side. They've got a free guy. They're going to motion him in and go man up.
10 men up for the Hokies. Eddie Royal back deep. Kyle Tucker. Good kick. Takes a Kansas bounce.
What a great kick.
And finally comes to a stop at the 18-yard line. A 63-yard punt, season long, by Tucker.
Taxi. Let's go.
You're doing great.
Take the tunnel.
Can you hear me now?
Go! Hug, honey. It's time. Tell him that he's got to hurry. He knows how to get their mommy.
We test our network every day, so you get America's most reliable network, Verizon Wireless. Now get in touch with the Voyager with touchscreen and full keyboard.
Beyond the clouds I'll soar, among the twinkling stars.
Tostitos? Fan.
Free the stuff, man. Free the fun. Tostitos.
Once there was this fly looking for a place to land. He sees a bunch of other flies below, so he lands and finds himself stuck on flypaper. Think about this when considering a luxury sedan. Are you making the smart choice, or are you really landing into a trap of conformity only to meet a slow, boring demise? Just ask.
The biggest stars in Hollywood are rushing to the biggest event of the year. The perfect marriage of high-definition TV and Blu-ray.
I think the celebration's in order.
Now, experience the greatest movies ever.
Ooh, I like that.
With the best in high-def picture.
Oh, my God, oh, my God, oh, my God.
And the best in high-def sound.
That's gonna wake the neighbors.
High-definition TV and Blu-ray. Your choice is clear. The future is blue.
Out of the shadows, a contender will emerge. Manning and the Giants. Garcia and the Bucks. The NFC Wild Card, Sunday on Fox. Auburn University is a finalist for the Pontiac Game-Changing Performance of the Year. The Tigers have already won a $5,000 scholarship from Pontiac for kicking the game-winning field goal twice to beat Florida. Vote now at Pontiac.com/NCAA to help decide the winner of the $100,000 Pontiac Game-Changing Performance of the Year, which will be announced at the BCS National Championship game on Fox, January 7th.
Moments ago here in Miami, a potential game-changing play. The 84-yard punt return touchdown by Virginia Tech's Justin Harper. Sean Glennon going deep. And a penalty marker pass intended for Josh Morgan. Chris Harris on the coverage.
Chris Harris had good coverage. He panicked it.
I think he looked up and saw the ball underthrown, felt he was out of position.
I have to admit, that did surprise me a little bit right there.
Defense, number 16, 15-yard penalty, automatic, first down.
As you pointed out, Coach, you watch, he's in good position right here against Josh Morgan. Now he turns around, finds the ball, it's underthrown, he gives him a little tug right there to try and get back and make a play. Right here is where he gets in trouble.
Yeah, just a little jostling in there. I was anticipating a little more Brandon Orr.
There he is. Nice move. First down to the 47-yard line before he was finally tackled by Rivera. Orr gains 14.
Boy, did he make Joe Mortensen stop his feet. Joe Mortensen's just got to run through this. He plays it perfectly. He does everything except make the tackle. Watch Brandon Orr freeze number 8. Here he comes, unblocked, right in the hole, freezes him right in his tracks, bounces outside.
"66 yards on 13 carries for Brandon Orr since he entered the game in the second quarter. Off the play fake, Glennon going deep for Eddie Royal, who came down with it. There's a battle for the ball, and the catch was made.
Eddie Royal still down.
Royal with help from the tight end, Greg Boone.
Justin Thornton, Aqib Talib in great position. They're fighting amongst themselves. There it is, sitting right on the top. What a heads-up play by Greg Boone.
Wow.
The two Jayhawks are fighting over the ball. There's Greg Boone to come in and clean it up.
Talib just misjudged his jump. How about that? Landed right on his stomach.
In today's luxury game, the question isn't whether or not your car has available features like a 40-gig hard drive. It isn't about sunroofs or Sapelli wood accents, pop-up nav screens, or any of that. No, the real question is, when you turn your car on, does it return the favor?
You know, every day at 3 o'clock, Budweiser Brewmasters in St. Louis taste samples flown in from all 12 of our local breweries to ensure that every Budweiser tastes the same, coast to coast. That's a sweet job.
Like zoinks, it's the cable guy.
Chinkies? Well, now that DirecTV has way more HD channels than cable, it's no wonder the cable guy tried to stop everyone from switching to DirecTV.
And I could have got away with it if it wasn't for you meddling kids and your dog.
Scooby-Doo!
Hook up your new flat screen to over 85 of the best HD channels. Call 1-800-DirecTV.
It's Bobby Bowden's statue. Hold your breath until we pass it.
Hey, Bobby Bowden's statue.
So lifelike.
Dude.
Get him!
Do you have accident forgiveness? Call Allstate to sign up today. Are you in good hands?
This is Budweiser's unique 7-step brewing process. It's what separates the Great American Lager from your average beer. It's what allows you to enjoy your 2-step process. Open and drink.
Springfield catches primary fever.
Easy. You just point the army and shoot.
Sunday at 8/7 Central on the only place for...
It's happening again. Listen to me. Take back the future.
Following your review, confirm the call on the field. First down.
Heads up play. Turns into a 37-yard reception for Virginia Tech.
That great hustle down the field puts him in a position to make that heads-up play. Doesn't give up on it. He's there in time to take that ball off Eddie Royal's stomach. Aqib Talib, Justin Thornton, both in good position, both fighting for the ball. What a bizarre play.
First and 10 from the 16-yard line, or takes it down to the 11, gain of 5 before he was tackled by Mortensen.
They're very fortunate on those last two throws. You get a pass interference with the defender in good position. Then the second one, two defenders fighting for the ball and giving it to you, basically.
Well, they've gotten away from what worked for them in the first half. We expected a heavy dose of Brandon Orr. We're getting a lot of play action with some risky throws down the field by this Hokie offense.
Brandon Orr is hot.
Second and 5. This is Orr. Looks to turn the corner, but is forced out of bounds by Chris Harris, along with Darrell Stuckey.
Well, one of the things that you heard Coach Mangino talk about at the end of that half was the fact they didn't have good fits. They were getting reach. When you get reach, that means you're able to turn the corner. You get on a perimeter run, your tight ends, your tackles are doing a great job of sealing that and letting you make that turn on the corner. On that play, great run support from that Jayhawk defense came up. There was nowhere for Brandon Orr to go.
He lost a yard. It's now 3rd down and 6. They keep it on the ground with Orr, and he's tackled after gaining just 2 by Rivera. So the Hokies facing a 4th down. 4th and 1, and Frank Beaver will send out the field goal unit.
Think he's pulled out enough tricks out of the special teams hat tonight, Coach? You think he might be?
I think he's going to tie the ball game right here. He doesn't want to take the chance. He has all the momentum. He got a break on the last call. Let's take our points, tie the game. Defense is playing well.
Judd Dunleavy, 25-yard attempt. It's blocked. So Kansas taking a page out of the Virginia Tech playbook on special teams.
I'll tell you what, both special teams are playing well and coming up with big plays.
Joe Mortensen getting a piece of it. Kansas maintaining their 3-point lead.
Boy, unblocked right between your center and guard, yeah.
So we will get that schedule revised and sent right out to you, sir.
Sounds good. Listen, I should be back in the office on Tuesday. I'd like to see an updated P&L.
Very good, sir. Yeah. We're all over it. Not a problem. Take care.
That was close. Yeah, that was close.
I can still hear you. I think we're good. Yeah, that should do it. I think we're good.
FedEx, proudly bringing you the FedEx Cup.
Hey, Derek, what's the deal with the special burger?
Well, why don't you try calling it by its proper name, Jason? It's called the Special Secret Double Deluxe Bistro Burger.
I'll be sure to do that. How do you make it?
Well, you get you some raw meat, you ball it up, and put it on a plate.
That sounds gross. Derek? Hey, man, I didn't mean... If you want raw meat on a plate, you got it.
Switch to the network you can trust, AT&T. Get our exclusive smartphones, now only $99.99.
There are people out there who have power.
Did I just teleport?
They can change history.
You think you're the only one?
I think there's something you're not telling me.
Like how you rob a bank without opening any doors.
And who are you? Welcome to the wall. Take a deep breath.
Jumper, rated PG-13.
Any luck?
Some.
It'll be prettier, bigger. Want to see?
Sure.
The mirrors make bigger, better.
What? Dude, it's amazing.
It's the mirror.
DLP HD TV. Millions of tiny mirrors make the biggest pictures better.
Go to Best Buy today for amazing financing deals on DLP HD TVs.
The FedEx Orange Bowl is sponsored by FedEx. Go air, go ground, go football. By DirecTV, now get over 85 of the best channels in HD and more coming throughout the year. And by Allstate, proud sponsors of college football. Are you in good hands?
Virginia Tech drove 67 yards downfield, but come away with nothing following the blocked field goal. Kansas 1st and 10 from their own 20. Reesing to Meyer. Ball came loose, incomplete. Brandon Flowers, the native of Delray Beach, Florida, made the hit. These great pictures tonight provided by the DLP Amazing Picture Cam. DLP is the official HD TV of the BCS on Fox. DLP, it's amazing. It's the mirrors. Kansas led 17-0. It's now a 3-point game. Virginia Tech with a chance to tie it moments ago, but Joe Mortensen of Kansas blocked the field goal attempt. 2nd and 10 for Kansas from their own 20. Reesing is nearly picked off by DJ Parker.
This Virginia Tech defense is really stepping up and putting pressure on. They're trying to get Reesing out of the pocket to get away from the rush, but the defense is up the field.
When you move your quarterback on a sprint like that, you're taking half the field away, almost 2/3 of the field away. It's less ground for them to cover. DJ Parker knows that. He sees the wide receivers in that area. It gives him the ability to jump that route.
4 wide receivers on the field. 3rd down and 10. Reesing dumps it off to Fields.
Oh, you just got to go. You just got to go.
A DB came out to make the tackle. Kansas forced a punt.
A DB had a great angle on him right there. You're right, Darryl. You don't stop your feet. You go for the 1st down, but an excellent leverage by a DB.
Take your shot, catch it on the go, head for that 1st down marker, do the best you can, but don't stop your feet and try and cut back inside. The one thing you know about this defense is about the speed and the athleticism. Everybody's going to be coming from inside out.
Jayhawks, 3 second-half possessions, their 3rd punt. Eddie Royal back deep. End over end kick. Taken out the 34 by Royal. Penalty marker as Mortensen makes the tackle. It was Mortensen who blocked the field goal attempt moments ago. Royal brought it back 7 yards to the 41-yard line.
On the return, illegal block in the back. Number 53, 10-yard penalty, spot of the foul. 1st down, Virginia Tech.
Nick, that was a 10th straight killer presentation, an amazing string of new business wins. How do you explain this sudden increase in productivity?
I've just been working really hard.
People are saying that this surge in productivity just isn't natural.
Hey, you know, guys, a great year, breaks a few sales records. You guys just assume the worst.
You have been uncannily productive, Nick.
Nick, some are speculating that you're using productivity enhancers.
That's it, I'm done.
Man, orders are coming in from all over the country.
I know, and thanks to FedEx Freight, we've been able to keep up.
You know, we should use FedEx Express to ship internationally.
Well, they fly more cargo around the world than anyone else.
Yeah, you should always use FedEx. Isn't that like a rule?
Yeah, well, there's always an exception that proves the rule, though. Like, my dad and my granddad were bald, but I still have a full head of hair.
FedEx, serving over 220 countries and territories.
Virginia Tech trailing by 3 will start from their own 25. Coach, are you surprised at all that we have not seen Tyrod Taylor since the 1st quarter?
I am surprised because predominantly they've been running. They've taken some shots, but they've been running the ball, and he gives you a little bit more in the run game.
Brandon Orr out across the 30 to the 32, a gain of 7. Again, it's Mortensen along with Hazelhorst on the tackle, so a 2nd down and 3 coming up for the Hokies.
Again, on first down, they're staying normal. An offense loves to be sitting here 2nd and 5, 2nd and 6, 2nd and 3. If you keep normal, you dictate the game. The offense right now is dictating the game.
Orr with 81 yards on the ground, averaging 5 per carry. 2 tight ends in the game. 2nd and 3, it's Orr. And Brandon Orr picks up a Virginia Tech first down. Coming up this Sunday on Fox, it's the NFC wildcard matchup in Tampa between the NFC South champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the New York Giants, who nearly became the only team to defeat the New England Patriots this season. Patriots finishing 16-0, Giants and Bucks. NFC wildcard action this Sunday on Fox. Glennon airing it out of bounds. Justin Harper unable to come up with it inbounds. Chris Harris on the coverage for the Jayhawks, and Harper is shaken up.
Again, they're running the play action, taking deep shots down the field, Coach. I mean, Chris Harris is in good position again. Ball's thrown outside, but I can't figure it out. Every time they run Brandon Orr, they're getting big chunks of yards, staying ahead of the chains. They go to play action, and they're going for the home run every time.
They're getting a little impatient.
This is my new Cadillac CTS. It's got available features like all-wheel drive, over 300 horsepower, and a 40 gig hard drive that even lets me pause and replay the radio. It makes me feel pretty and dangerous, like Muhammad Ali. Floats like a butterfly. Stings like a bee.
Tyrod Taylor in the game for the first time since the first quarter, and Taylor scrambles out to the 47-yard line, gain of 6.
There's that other element that you're talking about, Coach, the fact that, you know, when Tyrod Taylor's in the game, you've also got the quarterback you have to contend with in this running game. It opens up some opportunities on the outside with some option runs.
It gives you more to defend. Virginia Tech's been in a 2 tight end offense with 1 back, which is a run formation, but you can throw out of it. With Taylor in the game, it opens up the running game, gives you more options.
Glennon back in, 3rd down and 4. Hokies have to get across midfield. Glennon in trouble. Down he goes at the 47-yard line.
Good coverage. Good coverage and pressure. There's just no place to go with the ball.
I agree with you. They're getting impatient. Tyrod Taylor comes in, gets 7 yards on the carry. You take him out, and on the 3rd down, you drop back and throw the ball again.
Brett Bowden will punt. Aqib Talib back deep for Kansas. He had a 17-yard return earlier. This time calls for the fair catch at the 12-yard line.
Like zoinks, it's the cable guy.
Chinkies. Well, now that DirecTV has way more HD channels than cable, it's no wonder the cable guy tried to stop everyone from switching to DirecTV.
And I could have got away with it if it wasn't for you meddling kids and your dog.
Scooby-Doo!
Hook up your new flat screen to over 85 of the best HD channels. Call 1-800-DirecTV.
Worst starting field position of the game for Kansas from their own 12. Reesing complete to a wide-open Dexton Fields. And Fields tackled by Vince Hall after a 37-yard pickup.
Good, strong play action, which held the linebackers. Good, hit the football, bringing a crossing route behind the linebackers. Nice touch. Nice touch. right over Chancellor's head. Big gain.
Well, you can see Xavier Adibi and Vince Hall move to the right on that play action. Opened up that second level on the crossing route.
Four wide receivers set from the 49. Reesing dropped by Briscoe.
Desmond Briscoe is looking to make a big play. He knew that he had Cam Chancellor to beat with an opportunity to go to the end zone. He took his eyes off the ball right at the point of the catch.
Well, it looks like Kansas is getting some type of a rhythm, getting the ball and throwing with some confidence right now and getting a little better protection.
Second and 10. Reesing, Briscoe, incomplete.
He's getting so much pressure. That ball's got to come out quick. The defensive ends are up the field, and he can feel that pressure. The ball's coming out. That's what you call hanging him out to dry.
Yeah, well, you talked about they're having a little bit more pressure. The play action helped here. They hand that fake little handoff inside. There's your inside receiver. He's going to come across and kind of put Cam Chancellor, force him to step up and go after that run. Here comes that crossing route right in behind that area where he was trying to get up there, make a play, be an impact player in the running game. They took advantage of his aggressive style.
And that 37-yard pickup, Darrell, more yards than Kansas gained on their previous 15 plays combined. As Reesing lobs one up, it's deflected, incomplete, and for the fourth time this quarter, Kansas forced a punt.
They've had him frustrated this evening, and he's made a couple of decisions that you normally don't see Todd Reesing make. There's another one right there. They do a good job playing that screenplay. It's hurt Virginia Tech's defense a couple of times. They're getting that big pass rush, and they're just slipping somebody beyond that coverage. They defended it well that time. Todd Reesing has to just understand, hey, they won that play. Let me get rid of it and live to play another down.
It's a fake. McAnderson throws a pass, and it's caught for a first down and more by Micah Brown.
They've been bringing the defender off of the wide receiver and uncovering him. If they show it too quick, Kansas is able to audible to the up back and throw the ball. They've been uncovering him, but he showed it too soon.
Yeah, the big thing is when the Kansas, they've gone inside, these guys have come in and been blockers. On this one, they stay outside. That should have been a heads up right away for Virginia Tech. They did not come in and match numbers. They stayed outside.
So another huge special teams play by the Jayhawks. Reesing out of bounds at the 1, Dexton Fields. A 28-yard pass play.
Well, that's the thing about this Kansas offense. They're dormant for nearly a quarter, and all of a sudden, it's a big strike, and followed by another big strike.
Good route combination. We saw it earlier. Desmond Briscoe takes everybody inside. They've got the corner route out to Dexton Fields.
First and goal from the Virginia Tech 1. This drive started all the way back at the 12-yard line. McAnderson, stutter step. Ball's out. Ball came loose. And it looks like the Jayhawks have recovered.
Well, there's a lesson for any young running backs out there. You can't reach that goal across the goal line, the ball across the goal line. That was a risky play by Brandon McAnderson. If you're going to try and stretch that ball across the goal line, you've got to be going forward. Brandon McAnderson was almost on his back and just reached the ball up behind his head. A Virginia Tech defender came in, knocked it out.
Following the play, dead ball, personal foul on the offense, number 50. 15-yard penalty will be second down.
That is uncharacteristic for this Kansas team. They've been a smart ball club and not a team that beats themselves. Now you go from the 1 yard line.
It looked like he was down. Well, it looks like he might be down, too. I can't tell if he's laying on Xavier DB.
Guys, that is the 4th penalty called against Kansas today. All 4 have been 15-yard penalties. Forces the Jayhawks back to the 19-yard line. 2nd and goal. Another flag as the catch is made by McAnderson. The 5th Kansas penalty.
Well, if they're not careful, they're going to take themselves out of field goal range.
Holding, 66, offense, 10 yards, previous spot.
That's on the left guard, Adrian Mays. Coming into this game, the Jayhawks, the least penalized team in the nation, averaging only 4 penalties per game. 2 big ones on this drive. Keep in mind, they had the ball on the 1 yard line, 1st and goal.
That's exactly right. And again, this is a team that never beats itself. You go from the 1 yard line, now you're to the 30-yard line. You've got a defensive line that's about ready to tee off and come after you again.
2nd and goal from the 30. Reesing's pass is intercepted by D.J. Parker. His 3rd interception of the season. There is a flag following the pick.
We got some guys losing their composure out there. I think this one's going to be an unsportsmanlike on Virginia Tech.
What a stand.
Following the interception, personal foul, number 99, late hit. That'll be half the distance to the goal. Virginia Tech ball, 1st out.
Coach Mangino sitting over there, just, you know, that normally they have a very high percentage in the red zone. You're figuring that ball's on the 1 yard line. We're going to punch it in. All of a sudden, we turn it over. We get backed up on penalties, and then a mistake throwing it into coverage.
Yeah, well, he's gotten away with this a couple of times tonight. This time, it cost him possession of the ball. He's thrown it up into an area where there's 3 Hokie defenders and only 1 receiver from the Jayhawks.
So Virginia Tech starts from their own 6-yard line. Final minute, 3rd quarter. Kansas leading by 3. Brandon Orr running right. Knocked out of bounds at the 9 after a gain of 3 by Darrell Stuckey. Jayhawks started that last drive on their 12. It was extended on the fake punt. The pass by Brandon McAnderson. They had 1st and goal on the 1, but could not score. Forced back by penalties. And then Reesing intercepted by D.J. Parker. Second down and 7. Glennon to the outside. Josh Morgan picks up a Virginia Tech 1st down. Team Talib made the tackle. Hokies move the chains.
Chris Long is a candidate for the AT&T All-America Player of the Year. To vote for Long, text VOTE to 87654 on your AT&T wireless phone or go to foxallamerica.com. You could win a trip to next year's national championship game.
The Hokies know all about Chris Long. Back on November 24th, Virginia Tech traveled to Charlottesville and beat the Cavaliers 33-21.
He gets off the ball like that.
Certainly does. Big hole for Brandon Orr. He picks up a 1st. And that takes us to the end of the 3rd quarter. His dad Howie was up here in the booth with me last year.
Was he?
At the Sugar Bowl.
Well, Howie, I'm sure Howie's very proud of him. What a great year he had.
We head to the 4th quarter here in Miami. Jayhawks over the Hokies by 3.
zoinks! It's the cable guy.
Chinkies? Well, now that DirecTV has way more HD channels than cable, it's no wonder the cable guy tried to stop everyone from switching to DirecTV.
And I could have got away with it if it wasn't for you meddling kids and your dog.
Scooby-Doo!
Hook up your new flat screen to over 85 of the best HD channels. Call 1-800-DIRECTV.
January 13th, from the network known for groundbreaking thrillers, comes the most anticipated new series of the year, One Future.
It's the robots determined to annihilate the human race.
One Hope.
I can't lead an army. You don't know that.
One Tough Mother.
Grab the guns. I'll make pancakes.
Terminator, the Sarah Connor Chronicles. The two-night premiere event begins Sunday, January 13th on Fox.
You're watching the VCS on Fox. Up to the minute school closings and delays on Fox 25 Morning News.
Honey, look at this.
Is it for all of us?
Yeah. $1,600 for a week. But we can do that.
Oh, yeah.
The magic begins when you realize you can afford a Disney vacation. Other affordable packages all year long. Visit disneyworld.com/affordable.
They say, don't talk the talk if you can't walk the walk. For 31 straight years, we've backed up our talk with some of the toughest, most popular trucks on the road. Enough said.
Someone is tossing paddles in the stream somewhere. Someone is standing at the foothills of their dreams, and someone got a paintbrush is painting over doubt. Someone opened up his eyes and saw the sun coming out.
Our employees invest time, and we invest money in our communities for a very simple reason. We live here too.
Someone is finding the
Bank of America. Bank of Opportunity.
The Fox pregame crew travels to the VCS bowl games, powered by NetJets with their marquee jet cards. Chris Rose, Jimmy Johnson, over the last 48 hours, guys, have gone from New Orleans out to Phoenix and out of Miami, thanks to Marquis Jet. First play of the fourth quarter. Glenn's pass is gathered in by Josh Morgan at the 47-yard line, but now he's ruled out of bounds.
That's a good job by the officials. One didn't have a good...
Incomplete.
One official had a good look at it and overruled the other one. The other one wasn't sure. You could tell when he approached the receiver.
Looks like both feet came down simultaneously. So a 2nd and 10 coming up for the Hokies, who trail by 3. Pass caught by the fullback, Carlton Weatherford. Now I know that gets you fired up.
Took 3 guys to get him down. For a whole, what, 2 yards.
You've been waiting for that.
I've been waiting for it. Old Carlton working hard all night long. They finally throw him a bone.
Mike Rivera had that sniffed out.
3rd down and 8. Weatherford, the former walk-on, 4.0 grade point average in graduate school.
All-American defensive lineman, but perfect GPA fullbacks, Kenny.
3rd down and 8. Glenn's pass incomplete, deflected away from Justin Harper.
Well, Virginia Tech continues to give Kansas opportunities. We've been talking about this play calling all night long, and the one drive that Virginia Tech really executed well was at the end of the first half, when it was just a steady dose of Brandon Orr. 11 carries right down the field for a touchdown. They've sprinkled it in here and there, but they've thrown the ball deep a lot. They just haven't been able to get back into that rhythm because they're moving away from what they did well on that scoring drive right at the end of the half.
Punt nearly blocked. Comes to a halt at the 33-yard line. There is a flag.
33-yard punt.
Well, Frank Beamer has to be very disappointed in the way his special teams has played this evening. It's always been a decided advantage for Virginia Tech. You talked about Kansas breaking even, Coach. I think
No
they're ahead.
foul on the play. The block in question was legal. First down, Kansas.
Okay, people, time to rock and roll. Your stocks are up, your stocks are down. We have 5 emails. The first one is from Alexandra.
Rise and shine, short one. Kung Fu today.
Thanks, Sven.
Okay, just to recap our schedules.
List called.
Thanks, Sven. Forecast is cold today, so bundle up. Let's move it along. Let's rock and roll.
If you can't get a Sven in 2008, get one of these exclusive AT&T smartphones. It'll keep you and your family organized. Just $99.99, only from AT&T.
Hey, thanks for the window seat. No. You got the presentation?
Oh, yeah, right here.
Oh, let me stow that for you, sir.
Thank you.
You know, just to be safe, I used FedEx Kinko's print online.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. They printed and bound 20 copies of the presentation. Shipped it to Portland. They're going to be there waiting for us.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
You have a nice flight.
Thank you.
FedEx Kinko's print online. You upload your document, we'll take care of the rest. FedEx Kinko's.
Okay, what's a 3-letter word for...
Honey, would you run out and get me something crunchy?
Crunchy?
And chewy?
Crunchy and chewy?
And cheesy?
Crunchy, chewy, cheese. Crunchy, chewy.
And melty?
Give in to your cravings. It's Taco Bell's Cheesy Gordita Crunch, and it's only around for a limited time. Get yours before they're gone.
Thanks to its styling, technology, and fun-to-drive performance, it's no surprise owners rank the Nissan Altima the most appealing mid-size car, according to J.D. Power and Associates.
The FedEx Orange Bowl is sponsored by Nissan and the all-new Nissan Murano. Go to foxsports.com/Nissan Murano for your chance to win a trip to next year's BCS title game. And by Budweiser. Reach for the perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Budweiser, the great American lager.
Nissan and the all-new 2009 Nissan Murano are offering fans a chance to attend the 2009 FedEx BCS National Championship game here in Miami. Log on to www.foxsports.com/Nissan Murano for details on how to enter for your chance to win. Kansas with a 3-point lead, early fourth quarter, starting from their own 33-yard line. Racing, moving to his right. Wrapped up by Carlton Powell and taken down, the 5th Virginia Tech sack tonight, the 2nd for Powell.
Boy, he's become unblockable here in this second half. They're not bringing any pressure. Carlton Powell is just beating his guy one-on-one. A great spin move that time. We've seen an arm under with a rip move to get on the upfield shoulder. That time he counters with an inside spin move.
Racing on second down. Wow, what a hit. What a hit by Cody Grimm.
There's another textbook tackle. Kept his feet and ran right through him.
This this time the screen is done. He doesn't make the bad throw. He's going to try and make something happen with his feet. And boom! Cody Grimm. A little bit of sod. I'll tell you, he's a gamer. He pops up, gets right back in that huddle.
We're down at 10. Jayhawks have to get to the 43 for a first down. And they cannot pass intended for Dexton Fields.
Again, it looked like he was trying to force that ball in there. There was no throw.
Yeah, he had numbers on the left side. When he went out to the right side, Virginia Tech had it covered well. They had an extra defender on that side of the field. The matchup he wanted was to his left. He had numbers on the left side of the field.
Still trying to get the grass out of Reesing's helmet and face mask. Tucker punting from his own 22. Tucker's done a nice job today. Takes a Kansas bounce. And finally stops at the 9-yard line. A 58-yard punt and roll, pitting the Hokies deep in their own territory.
Introducing the all-new Nissan Rogue. With our intuitive all-wheel drive system that reacts to the road in 1/10 of a second. And a fuel-efficient 27 miles per gallon. It's a whole new crossover from Nissan. The all-new Nissan Rogue. Game on.
Hold on.
From batteries to Bluetooth headsets. Find all the stuff you need for all the stuff you got at your neighborhood Radio Shack. Do stuff.
Do I want to continue? Of course. I'm not paying. Schwab is. It's their new checking account. Schwab refunds all ATM fees at any ATM. Plus, they are giving me this ridiculously high interest rate. I mean, my money was just sitting in my old checking account, just kind of sitting there.
Some men live by the rule of law. Some men live to break it. The best Western since Unforgiven. Russell Crowe, Christian to you. Blue.
Whoa, needed it.
All right, Danny. You're up. Truth or dare?
Free the daredevil. Free the fun. Tostitos.
Tonight's aerial coverage brought to you by Bud Light. Endless refreshment from start to finish. Bud Light keeps it coming. Tremendous job by the Kansas punter, Kyle Tucker. He has averaged 50 yards per punt. He has pinned Virginia Tech inside the 20 3 times as Brandon Orr takes it out to the 11 for a gain of 2.
And, you know, we talked about Virginia Tech's pressure. Let's give Kansas State's punt protection team a little credit. There really hasn't been any seepage at all.
No, they've done a good job. They actually kind of balanced it. They had the big punt return for the touchdown, but they came back and ran a fake punt on their own. They eventually got down to the 1-yard line, but got no points on that after they had a bunch of penalties. But they have done a good job managing that pressure of the Virginia Tech special teams.
Terrific job on special teams by Kansas tonight as Glennon throws it away, nearly intercepted by Talib.
One of the things Sean Glennon has got to realize, he's got to develop that clock in his head. He can't hold the ball that long. We saw it early in the game. The ends for the Kansas team, whether it's Russell Bornson or John Larson, are going to continue to fight. If he holds that ball and there's coverage down the field, he's going to get sacked. He's got to get that ball out of his hands. Just throw it away.
4 sacks in the first quarter for the Jayhawks tonight. 3rd down and 8. Virginia Tech trailing by 3. And this time Glennon is intercepted by Justin Thornton. And Thornton takes it inside the 5. The 3rd interception for the Jayhawks defense.
Kansas has enough confidence in Talib to put him man for man isolated on this side of the field. They were 3-on-2 on the other side.
I just don't understand why they won't come out and lean on that running game of Brandon Orr and that offensive line. I mean, Justin Thornton's just sitting back there playing center field. Reading their eyes. You see the frustration.
Following the turnover, 1st and goal, Kansas from the 2. And Reesing dives for the end zone. He's in. Touchdown. So on the first play, following the interception by Thornton, Reesing with his 3rd rushing touchdown of the season. And the Jayhawks have scored 17 of their 24 points tonight following interceptions.
Most people don't know exactly what Beechwood aging is.
You mean Budweiser's extra step of lagering their beer over a bed of Beechwood chips, resulting in the unmistakably clean, crisp Budweiser taste?
Are you reading off my board?
What board?
Thanks to its styling, technology, and fun-to-drive performance, it's no surprise owners rank the Nissan Altima the most appealing mid-size car, according to J.D. Power and Associates.
Having trouble getting to work after a car accident? One call to Farmers Help Point could fix that. Farmers Help Point. Sanity makes a comeback.
So I hear you found a cure for the blood.
When did it happen?
Every Sunday. Post pattern, streaking into the end zone. On national TV, no less.
The mirrors will clear you up.
Yeah. Now I can do my dance, baby. Oh, yeah, bring it down.
Go, baby.
It's amazing.
It's the mirrors.
DLP HD TV. Millions of tiny mirrors take motion blur out of sports action.
Go to Best Buy today for amazing financing deals on DLP HD TVs.
Budweiser. First with refrigerated rail cars. First with Born on Dating. And now this. The new Fresh Lock cap. Keeps the air out and the freshness in. Innovation. Now that's Budweiser.
Early 4th quarter, Kansas by 10. Let's take a look through the Fox jumper scope.
Well, you're going to have man coverage underneath, but you've got 2 safeties playing center field. It looks like all he has to do is get over the top of Sadiq Muhammad, but there's Justin Thornton waiting for this throw. Poor decision by Sean Glennon.
Glennon might be having nightmares about last year's Chick-fil-A Bowl when he was picked off 3 times. Threw only 3 interceptions all season. Picked off twice tonight. Taylor intercepted once. And the Jayhawks have turned those 3 interceptions into 17 of their 24 points. Morgan on the return for the Hokies. Forced out of bounds at the 33 by Raymond Brown.
We'll go back and take a look at a comparison of this quarterback platooning system. 47 plays, only 8 plays by Tyrod Taylor. You see 6 yards total for Tyrod. More yardage for Sean Glennon, but a couple of key interceptions. As you pointed out, Kenny, they've each contributed to that department. Sean Glennon with 2, Tyrod Taylor with 1. Tyrod's taken back for a touchdown.
It'll be interesting to see what they try to do right now. Do you get patient and go back to the running game and try to get back on the board, or you keep throwing it down the field?
I got 10 minutes and 50 seconds left. I'm down 10 points. I start running the football.
Penalty marker on first down with Tyrod Taylor in the game.
False start. 67. Offense, 5 yards. Still first down.
That's on the left guard, Nick Marshman, as we check in downstairs with Jeannie.
Well, the dueling quarterbacks have certainly helped down the stretch run here for Virginia Tech, but just as a witness on the sidelines here, it's pretty obvious this team, this offense looks at Glennon as their leader. He's the one talking to everybody. He's the one cheering everybody on. Tyrod's just doing his own thing.
Glennon on the sidelines now. Following the penalty, first down and 15. Looking to throw, now he takes off and dives ahead. Sean Glennon told us both of us were hesitant at first. Quarterback needs to get in rhythm as Taylor is slow to get up. But Glennon said it's gone well. It feels like practice.
Well, they've won games. And that just shows you the type of confidence and communication you have between the coaching staff and the 2 quarterbacks. Because there's a lot of egos involved with a lot of quarterbacks. But for them to accept that, it tells you something about the relationship.
Second down and 8. Glennon in trouble. Down he goes back at the 27-yard line. Sack number 5 for the Jayhawks.
And Mike Rivera comes free on the outside. Good timing on this blitz. Virginia Tech can't account for him. He's just going to time it up perfect. Brandon Orr's got to go up inside to help in there. When they have brought pressure, they have gotten to the quarterback.
Really a well-conceived defense. You said it, Darryl. He timed it up well so that they couldn't account for him in protection.
Third down and 15. Hokies have to get to the 43. Glennon with time fires across the field. Out of bounds. Josh Hyman, the intended receiver.
Again, good coverage and good leverage by the corner by Josh Hyman.
You got to give yourself a little bit more real estate to work with on that sideline, though. You can't run your route so close to the out-of-bounds marker that there's not an ability to adjust to the ball on the outside and stay in play.
I think a lot of that had to do with Chris Harris and the way he defended him. He rode his hip and just rode him out of bounds without getting his hands on him.
Brent Bowden's punt bounces in front of Akeem Talib. Takes a Hokies roll and is down at the 28. So the Jayhawks with a 10-point lead, 9 minutes to play.
Okay, let's get started. Tom, how are we doing?
Well, at FedEx Kinko's, ground shipping rates are less than at the UPS store, which has substantially reduced overhead.
And with the savings, we were able to buy these massage chairs.
Everybody likes a good massage. Sorry, I'm late. Right there.
It's FedEx.
Introducing the all-new Nissan Rogue. With our intuitive all-wheel drive system that reacts to the road in 1/10 of a second. And a fuel-efficient 27 miles per gallon. It's a whole new crossover from Nissan. The all-new Nissan Rogue. Game on.
A sleek, responsive touchscreen. VCast video. Music. And GPS navigation ready.
Turn left.
And that's just the half of it. The Voyager. With full keyboard and touchscreen, Touch does more on America's most reliable wireless network, Verizon Wireless.
There are people out there who have power.
Did I just teleport?
They can change history.
You think you're the only one?
I think there's something you're not telling me.
Like how you rob a bank without opening any doors.
And who are you? What into the wall? Take a deep breath.
Jumper, rated PG-13. The FedEx Orange Bowl is sponsored by DLP HD TV. It's amazing, it's the mirrors. By Charles Schwab, premium service, expect it, don't pay it. Talk to Chuck, Charles Schwab. And by Taco Bell, big fans of college bowl action.
These great pictures are provided by the DLP Amazing Picture Cam. DLP, the official HD TV of the BCS on Fox. DLP, it's amazing, it's the mirrors. Defense and special teams, the story for the Kansas Jayhawks here tonight. They lead Virginia Tech 24-14. First and 10, 28-yard line. Brandon McAnderson, first down and more into Hokies territory. Finally tackled by Macho Harris at the Virginia Tech 44 after a 28-yard pickup.
Again, it's by formation. Kansas is able to do this utilizing their formation to the wide side of the field. Look at all the numbers they get out here. Now you're going to have to slide these guys this way because your running back's inside. A little play fake. They over-pursue. Now there's a big running lane for Brandon McAnderson to get back into, but some good formations used by Kansas's offense this evening.
Racing down to the 36-yard line. He gains 8. 8.5 remaining, fourth quarter. Kansas not ranked in any of the polls prior to the season. As high as number 2 in November, highest ranking in school history. Record of 11-1. The only school in the nation in the top 15 in both total offense and total defense, and they are 8 minutes away from a victory in the FedEx Orange Bowl. Second down and 2. The pitch to Sharp. And Jake Sharp has a first down. Takes it to the Hokies 30.
This is very important for Jake Sharp and Brandon McAnderson to start having some productivity in this running game, because really, over the last few series, this offense has not functioned well. Todd Reesing making some decisions, maybe not the best interest of this offense. The defense has bailed them out, giving them a short field to get their last touchdown. Good to be able to lean on that running game right now.
17 of the Jayhawks, 24 points, coming off turnovers. First and 10 from the 30. Sharp picks up 5 to the Hokies 25.
Good job by Sharp, staying alive. Good example of a good running back play where he keeps his feet moving, doesn't make a lot of lateral cuts, and keeps moving north and south.
Under 7 minutes on the clock. Fourth quarter. Third Orange Bowl appearance for the University of Kansas. Their first since 1969. Racing to Sharp. And Sharp stopped about a yard shy of the marker.
Coach Mangino's over there trying to get Sharp educated to stay in bounds at this point in the game and run that clock.
Well, that's what happens when you run that option into the short side of the field. But I agree. You gotta understand the situation of the game right now. You want that clock ticking.
We're down at 1. Sharp. And he's wrapped up by Hall. Vince Hall comes up to make the tackle. So the Jayhawks now facing a 4th and 2.
Good play by Vince Hall. He saw the little inside handoff and hit it on the move. Todd Reesing, if that's a ride and decide by Todd Reesing, if he can ride that running back and pull it and go out the back door, he'd have had a big play.
Racing is going to let the play clock run down, and then Kansas will use a timeout.
Virginia Tech.
Well, instead, Virginia Tech uses a timeout. We'll be back.
With 175 horsepower and 32 miles per gallon, cars won't be the only thing you pass. The Nissan Altima, ranked #1 in owner satisfaction for fuel efficiency and performance.
To do the run pass since that time.
Virginia Tech wanted to stop the clock sooner than Kansas, so the Hokies called timeout. Jayhawks facing a 4th down and 2. And it looks like Mark Mangino will keep his offense on the field.
Yeah, Virginia Tech, they need 2 scores. They're going to need time. So they've decided right now, instead of letting that clock run down, let's burn a timeout.
4th down and 2 from the 22-yard line. Off the play fake to McAnderson. Reesing looking for the tight end find, but it was broken up by Cam Chancellor.
It looked like he broke clear for 1 minute, but Chancellor reacted very well.
He had him early. I mean, he's going to get on top of... I mean, there's his open right there, but when you float it, that ball gets lofted up in the air. It gives DJ Parker plenty of time to get over and make a play, but he was on top of Cam Chancellor right away. Could have got a quicker, flatter throw. I think they might have converted.
So the Hokies take over, trailing by 10, 5:51 remaining, 4th quarter. From their own 22-yard line, Glennon to the outside, Morgan. And he's tackled at the 30-yard line after picking up 8.
They'll go no-huddle offense now.
Hokies need 2 scores. Trailing 24-14. Here come the chains. Barry, our yellow line never lies.
Coach Mangino is saying the same thing. That cost him a few seconds.
Second and short, quarterback sneak. Well, as we've talked on throughout the telecast, For Kansas, defense and special teams, the big story tonight.
Well, coming into the game, it was all about this Kansas offense, what they've accomplished this season. But look at the defense and the special teams, and that's going up against really the strength of Virginia Tech when you're talking special teams. We felt they needed to break even. They've actually won that battle tonight.
That's what I felt, because I've known how productive Virginia Tech's have been. Now, granted, we talked earlier, Kansas did have good special teams, and they did put an emphasis on in preparation for this bowl game. But to come out and be this productive in special teams, very impressive.
Second and 10, Glennon gets rid of it, and the catch is made at the 45-yard line for a first down by Morgan, gain of 13.
There's a nice job by Sean Glennon right there, moving out to his left, a right-handed quarterback throwing back across his body into the middle of the field.
A new set of downs for the Hokies. First and 10 from their own 46. Glennon, near side, incomplete. He was looking for Royal.
Bill Young is not going to let him sit back there and have time to throw the ball down the field. He's going to have to answer the blitz. They're coming after him. He wants him to make a decision quickly.
Glennon tonight, 9 of 21, 2 interceptions. He has seen the bulk of the playing time at quarterback tonight for the Hokies. Second and 10. Glennon escapes. He's across midfield and then forced out of bounds by Thornton. Clock stops with 4:43 remaining. Guys, our FedEx outstanding air performance. Kansas quarterback Todd Reesing at his numbers.
36 attempts, 19 completions, 216 yards, a touchdown, 1 interception.
Also ran for a score, which gave Kansas a 10-point lead. Glennon on 3rd and 6, bobbled and dropped by Harper. He would have had a Virginia Tech first down.
You've got to make that play. Again, Glennon is making quick decisions. The ball's coming out. He's getting blitzed every snap. His receivers have got to help him.
Well, he's going to have more than a first down, Kenny. You can see right there, he took his eyes off that ball right at the point of the catch. He's coming back to the inside. A lot of that pursuit moving to the outside. He had a potential to pick up a lot of yards after that catch.
Hokies now facing a 4th down and 6. And Glennon's pass is caught by Greg Boone at the Kansas 43. So the Hokies able to move the chains on 4th down.
A couple of big plays by Greg Boone tonight. Little back shoulder, nice adjustment on that throw. Don't forget, he had that real heads-up play down the field, hustling down the field when that ball was laying on Eddie Royal's stomach, was down to make that play for the Hokies.
Glennon this time out of bounds, intended for Harper with 4:17 remaining. We would like to extend our thanks to the sports information departments at both schools, Dave Smith, Brian Johnston at Virginia Tech, Mike Strauss and Bull White at Kansas, as well as Tom Wood, Eric Palms, Larry Wall, and the entire Orange Bowl committee, and David Parry, coordinator of officials, up here in the booth with us. Thanks to David as well. Second and 10 from the Kansas 43. Glenn over the top, Harper heads for the sidelines. Out of bounds at the 34 after picking up 9. Time for the Allstate Good Hands play of the game. The first score tonight in the first quarter. Tyrod Taylor intercepted by Aqib Talib, who returns it 60 yards for a touchdown. Believe it or not, guys, it was the first interception return for a touchdown in the FedEx Orange Bowl since 1968. The last time an interception was returned for a score at the FedEx Orange Bowl as Brandon Orr picks up a first down at the Kansas 31.
Kansas right now only rushing with 3 defensive linemen playing a lot of coverage behind it.
4 minutes on the clock. Kansas leading by 10. Lennon nearly intercepted again by Talib.
That good pressure with a 4-man rush.
They would go in 3-man rush. Prior to that, they bring in Maxwell Onyebule on the left side, put his hand down. Ooh, boy, Sean Glennon gets away with one there. Put that ball where nobody can catch it. Aqib Talib almost had another one in the flat with nobody in front of him.
13th play of the drive for the Hokies. Glennon over the top to Orr. And Orr is down a yard shy of a first at the Jayhawks 21.
Nice job by getting north and south right away, though. He wasn't going to be able to make it all the way to the sideline. As soon as he caught that, he cut north and south, got as many yards as he could.
3rd down and 1 from the 21. Inside handoff to Orr. And he's tackled by Larson.
Stopped by John Larson.
Orr did pick up the first. As we approach 3 minutes remaining. Frank Beamer's Hokies on the move, looking to pull closer. They trail by 10. Kansas led 17-0. Hokies cut it to 17-14. Glennon to the end zone. What a catch by Harper for a touchdown. His second touchdown of the game.
Well, there's 3 Kansas defenders there. Everybody's kind of watching the ball. Justin Harper up and gets it.
That was a very good series by
decisions. Put the balls in places where the guys could catch them.
Play 79. Extra point is good. And minutes remain back within 3.
Rob, you know, Verizon Wireless still has lots of really great phones on sale. Got myself a Venus with a touchscreen.
The holidays aren't over yet. Because some of the season's hottest phones are up to 50% off, like the Samsung U620, perfect for VCast mobile TV, just $49.99. Or get the Moto Q Music, just $99.99. Verizon Wireless.
Welcome back. The 74th FedEx Orange Bowl. Kenny Albert, Darrell Johnston, Barry Alvarez, Jeannie Zelasco here in Miami. 3 minutes remaining. The Kansas lead cut to 3 following Sean Glennon's touchdown pass to Justin Harper.
81 Justin Harper. Watch at the point of the catch. Justin Harper's the one going up. The only one getting up is Justin Thornton, but he's got to come in from behind. The underneath coverage never saw the ball. Sadiq Mohammed never saw that ball. He was in decent position. He's underneath it. Boy, threw it in there. All right, Coach, what do you do? Do you onside kick it? Do you kick it deep and play defense? You got 2 timeouts, 3 minutes left.
Got to onside kick it. 2 timeouts.
And the onside kick is right into the arms of Raymond Pendleton of Kansas.
Made it easy for him. These are the ones you like when you're playing that front line on the onside kick team. Just a nice Sunday hop right to you. Just catch it and get down.
Just a nice little lob. Those worm burners are the ones that are tough, aren't they?
Yeah, get out of the way of those ones.
Todd Reesing and the Jayhawks with a 3-point lead from the Virginia Tech 42. McAnderson, gain of 3 down to the 39. Cam Chancellor made the tackle. The Hokies used their second timeout.
We'll go back and take a look at that touchdown by Virginia Tech. Coming out of the slot. Take Aqib Talib out of the play. Here comes your post route there. He's got his eyes back at his quarterback. He sees the ball. Sadiq Muhammad never saw it. Was in a position to make a play on it. Got to get that head around.
He just didn't finish. He trailed him. He had help over the top. Didn't finish the play.
A look at the touchdown through our Fox jumper scope. Mark Mangino in his 6th season as head coach at Kansas. Frank Beamer, 21st season at Virginia Tech. 2:55 remaining. Kansas leading by 3. Second down and 6. Reesing looking downfield. He throws, and the catch is made for a first down by Dexton Fields. His 7th catch today. Gain of 11 yards. And Dexton Fields has got over 100 yards receiving for the 3rd consecutive game.
The only thing I like about that play is they rolled up to his right. That's the only thing I like about it.
He wanted the easy one to the he wanted the easy one to the back. But boy, he stuck it in there.
From the 29, McAnderson. And McAnderson works his way down to the 22-yard line. And the Hokies will use their final timeout. So with 2:42 remaining, Kansas leading by 3. The Hokies are out of timeouts. The NFL playoffs get underway this weekend. You can catch the Giants and the Buccaneers this Sunday on Fox, beginning at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific in high definition. The NFC wildcard game, the New York Giants and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Former head coach of the Giants, Bill Parcells, is in the stadium tonight. Spoke with Frank Beamer and some of his players at practice earlier this week.
Knew he was at practice. Saw him in one of the suites earlier this evening. Shuffling the deck here at Miami.
Second down and 2 for the Jayhawks. Virginia Tech out of timeouts. McAnderson picks up a first down. Hokies cannot stop the clock.
Darryl, I know you like him.
I do. I really do. I mean, we talked about Todd Reesing epitomizing what this team is all about, but really Brandon McAnderson, there's so many guys on this team. It's really a team. And Steve Tovar before the game told me he's played in college at Ohio State. He's been in the NFL on several teams. He said he's never been around a group of guys that exemplified what a team is about more than this Kansas group this year. And every time you look at one of these guys, it's not about the individual, it's about what they can do for the team. And Brandon McAnderson, I mean, a blocking fullback, you know, how are you going to find a spot in a spread offense as a blocking fullback? I mean, that position doesn't exist, but he works hard, understands that there's a chance to be a part of something special, and does everything he can to find his way into the starting lineup.
And when we spoke with Brandon a couple of weeks ago on campus, he told us, a reminder, the DirecTV postgame is coming up. Brandon McAnderson said, part of our motivation is to prove that we belong and not Missouri.
Absolutely. There's been a lot of talk about that, and I'm sure there was some fuel to the fire the way Missouri played in the Cotton Bowl and the way they handled Arkansas. One of the things that Kansas wanted to do tonight was come out and show they belong, and they have.
McAnderson again. Down to 1:25 on the clock.
You know, it's another impressive thing with this Kansas squad. A year ago, they were 6-6. They lost a number of games. I believe they lost 4 games right at the end of the game. Games that they were ahead, games that they should have won. And the coaching staff really emphasized finishing a game. The entire offseason, they competed and got themselves in a position where you won or you lost, regardless of what they'd done. And they really feel as though it carried over to this season.
4 down and 2. Under a minute remaining. The toss to McAnderson. Inside the 5. He picked up a first down. Stopped shy of the goal line.
Now that's the one he's got to stick the ball out. I mean, earlier he's on his back and he's trying to stuff it into the end zone. That's the one. When you're going forward and you're in the air, now you can stick that one out.
They are looking for the head coach. Barry, I'm sure you were the recipient of many of these.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you, Mark Mangino's not hard to find.
No.
What a great win for them.
The Kansas Jayhawks will finish the season at 12-1. The first one-loss season for Kansas since 1947.
They're not going to let him get out of there without the Gatorade bath, are they?
I think he had protection.
The Kansas Jayhawks defeat the Virginia Tech Hokies in the FedEx Orange Bowl by the score of 24-21. We'll return to Miami in a moment.
To reach the BCS, teams need the balance to be able to move the ball both on the ground and through the air. Tonight, FedEx shines its air and ground spotlight on 3 teams who have gotten it done on the ground and through the air all season long. Log on to foxsports.com/FedEx and vote for this season's ultimate air and ground team. The Florida Gators passing and ground attack was led by Tim Tebow this season. With 29 passing touchdowns and 22 on the ground, Tebow provided the Gators with a balanced, well-coordinated air and ground game. The USC Trojans brought a winning combination of air and ground to their offense. John David Booty headed their air attack, passing for more than 2,000 yards and 20 touchdowns. The Trojans' ground game averaged 185 rush yards a game and scored 20 touchdowns. USC uses teamwork to be the best on the ground and through the air. The West Virginia Mountaineers use speed and precision to be the leader on the ground and through the air. Patrick White and the Mountaineers' passing offense, combined with an explosive ground attack, make the Mountaineers a force in college football. Their rushing offense was ranked 4th in the nation. West Virginia gets it done on the ground and through the air. This look at the ultimate air and ground games in college football has been brought to you by FedEx Express and FedEx Ground. To vote for the team with the strongest air and ground game, log on to foxsports.com/FedEx.
Here, Daddy.
Sweet pea, apple of my eye. Don't know where.
Look, Daddy sent us a picture.
More bars in more places. That's what you can expect from the largest digital voice and data network in America.
You're the only reason I keep on coming home.
Switch to the network you can trust, AT&T. Get our exclusive smartphones, now only $99.99.
Making your way in the world today takes everything you've got. Wouldn't you like to get away?
A taste so rich and decadent, it belongs in the dessert aisle. Diet Dr. Pepper. There's nothing diet about it.
Don't miss a beat. Life takes rhythm. Life takes Visa.
Beyond the clouds I'll soar, among the twinkling stars.
Tostitos? Fan?
Free the stuff, man. Free the fun. Tostitos.
Out of the shadows, a contender will emerge. Manning and the Giants. Garcia and the Bucks. The NFC Wild Card. Sunday on Fox.
I'm Barack Obama, and I approve this message. America is listening. Not just Democrats, but Republicans and independents who've lost trust in their government, but want to believe again. I am in this race to tell the corporate lobbyists that their days of setting the agenda in Washington are over. We have a chance to bring the country together. A nation healed, a world repaired, an America that believes again.
8 years ago, New Hampshire stunned the political world. You turned convention on its head because you didn't care what the experts or the media said. My friends, it's a different time, but it's the same place. You haven't changed, and neither have I. But the issues are tougher, and the time's more dangerous. I've learned a lot in 8 years, and I feel better prepared than ever to lead this country. Once again, I need your help. I'm John McCain, and I approve.
They want to outlaw text messaging while driving.
Fox 25 Morning News, weekdays from 5 to 9.
Go online to get official BCS merchandise and own a part of college football history. Go to bcsfootball.org and order today.
Welcome back to Miami.
Welcome to the DirecTV postgame show on Fox.
It's the DirecTV postgame show on Fox. The BCS Bowl Bash. Kansas over Virginia Tech, 24-21. As we send it downstairs, here is Chris Rose. Chris?
All right, Kenny Albert, thank you very much. It is time for the trophy presentation. I got a whole bunch of pumped-up Jayhawks here. And here to take care of the honors, the chairman of the Orange Bowl Committee, Tom Wood. Tom.
Thank you, Chris. On behalf of the Orange Bowl Committee, our volunteers, our staff, I want to thank everybody for attending the 74th FedEx Orange Bowl. I'd also like to thank both teams for great seasons. Congratulations. At this time, I'd like to present the 2008 FedEx Orange Bowl trophy to Coach Mangino and the Kansas Jayhawks.
Come here, Coach. Coach, you took this program over 6 years ago, and I think people were wondering, how's this guy going to turn it around? How were you able to do it, get 12 wins, and win the FedEx Orange Bowl?
Well, first of all, you got to get good people around you, and I have great assistant coaches. You got to find the right players, not necessarily the most talented, but the ones that understand the value of hard work. You know, playing together, caring about each other. We found the right coaches, and we were.
You think Kansas just isn't a basketball school anymore? I'm guessing that tonight proved that.
Hey, listen, we're pretty doggone good in basketball, but we're good in football, too. And those days are over just being one-dimensional. The University of Kansas wants to be good in a lot of things. Our fans want us to be good in a lot of things. And this is just another step for a great university.
You know, a lot of people talked about your offense, second most points scored per game this season, but your defense is really what I thought won this game for you.
Well, I've listened for a month, you know, all the pundits talking about Virginia Tech's great defense. And they're right. Virginia Tech's got a great defense. They're well coached. Coach Beamer has a class program. But we play pretty good defense, too. And everybody just kind of overlooked that. And it was a mistake. I know the Virginia Tech didn't overlook it, but I thought it was a mistake to overlook our defense. We're pretty good on defense.
Congratulations. It is time right now to dish out the MVP honors. Aqib Talib, a job well done, and here to help us out, Don Colleran, the Executive Vice President of Sales for FedEx.
Aqib, on behalf of over 260,000 employees and contractors of FedEx around the world, congratulations on one heck of a ball game.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you. Thank you. Aqib, listen, your interception and touchdown really kind of set the tone here. Did you feel that tonight?
Man, I kind of felt it, man. It was a team effort. That was the objective, was to start early. We got the interception early, and we just kind of kept rolling throughout the day.
A little high step in there at the end as well.
I got the flag, but I was feeling it. I felt like Dion. I felt like Dion right there.
What do you think this says about Kansas? Because you had heard, all right, yeah, you were 11-1, but who had you beaten? Well, today you beat a pretty good team.
Right, well, I guess they got to say we played somebody now. They got to say we played somebody now.
Played and won. Aqib, congratulations.
Thanks.
The Kansas Jayhawks, your 2008 FedEx Orange Bowl champions. Kenny Albert, back up to you.
Thanks very much, Chris Rose. Congratulations to the Kansas Jayhawks, the champions of the FedEx Orange Bowl. Back in a moment.